I don't hear you.
Test, test.
Did she let you already come in? Okay, test. If you can hear.
Luis, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
We can.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait, one second.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Can you hear me? This is Elaine.
Yes, Elaine. Yep.
Yes, we can hear you, Elaine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rainey? Go ahead and speak. Testing. Testing?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
But can you do a few counts?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Are we good?
8.
Okay, we're good.
Nine.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, you're welcome. Bye.
Good evening, everyone. The VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, May 7th is called to order. A few safety reminders. Please identify your nearest exit. For everyone's safety, please do not block the exit doors.
Recording in progress.
The nearest AED is located at the public table in the back of the room. The restrooms are outside the double doors adjacent to the reception area. And in the unlikely event that we need to evacuate, our assembly area is in the plaza outside the building's double doors, as shown on the screen here. The address of our meeting location is also displayed on the screen. Welcome to members of the public who have joined us tonight. If you'd like to address the board, you're encouraged but not required to complete a blue speaker card, which is available at the public information table at the back of the room. Please submit the completed card to staff before the item is heard. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand function on Zoom or press star 9 dialing in. We'll start with in-person attendees and then those on Zoom. And I will note that as a courtesy and out of respect for people's schedules, I will allow during public comment at the beginning of the meeting, anyone who wishes to speak on the referral, the ICE policy, just so folks aren't don't have to wait until the end of the meeting. So you'll have an opportunity during the open comment session, but we'll keep that to our usual limit of 30 minutes. If we go over, we'll continue it to the item itself. And with that, Elaine, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Abekoga, absent. Arenas, absent. Bozo, absent. Burt,
Here.
Burt present. Candelas,
Here.
thank you. Cohen, absent. Young, absent. Foley,
Here.
Jane,
Here.
Kamei, McAllister, absent. Montano, absent. Moore, absent. Mulcahy, absent. Sell,
Here.
Turner,
Here.
Weinberg,
Here.
Mahan, absent. Chair Lopez.
Here.
We have a quorum, Chair.
Thanks so much. Moving on to 1.2, orders of the day. We have removed 5.1, our resolution of necessity. Are there any changes requested from colleagues or from staff? Okay. And I just want to note we will adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Rod Diridon Sr. Rod was a visionary leader, a tireless advocate for public transportation, and a lifelong public servant whose impact on the Bay Area is immeasurable. He was known as the father of modern transit in Santa Clara County, and his leadership and passion connected people, strengthened our region, and advanced sustainable mobility. His distinguished career spanned 5 decades, including service as a county supervisor, the founding executive director of the Mineta Transportation Institute at San Jose State University, and many other positions of leadership within the transit industry. His influence inspired generations of public servants and transportation leaders. VTA is especially fortunate to have experienced firsthand Rod's lasting impact on this industry and the community. We remember him fondly, and we deeply miss him. At this time, we'll observe a moment of silence in honor of Rod. Our deepest condolences go out to Rod's family and his loved ones. And for any colleagues who may wish, or staff who may wish to share a few words, I'll have more to say during my chair report, and would encourage anyone else who wishes to make comments at that time as well, whether from the board or public comment, if you wish to remember Rod. So tonight we have no closed session items, so we're on to agenda item number 3, awards and commendations. Tonight, we recognize and celebrate a group of retirees whose collective service to VTA totals nearly 250 years. Their hard work, professionalism, and contributions over the years have played an important role in advancing VTA's mission, providing service to our communities. We are honored to have one of our retirees here tonight in person, thank you, and another joining us virtually. The other 6 retirees were unable to join us, but on behalf of the board, I want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to each of them for their dedicated service to VTA. And we will hear from Edison Liu, Human Resources Processing Supervisor, to introduce our honorees.
Thank you, Chairperson Lopez. My name is Edison Liu, and I am happy to be providing today's retirement commendations. First, I want to welcome Ferdinand de Guia. Ferdinand de Guia was known for his friendly demeanor, always greeting others with a smile and a sense of humor that made his coworkers and employees feel comfortable and supported. He consistently offered guidance and encouragement, fostering a positive and collaborative workforce. Throughout his career at VTA, Ferdinand demonstrated a commitment to growth and excellence, earning multiple promotions that led him to the role of maintenance supervisor, a position he embraced with pride. His leadership, dedication, and approachable nature left a lasting impact on his teams and colleagues. Ferdinand's contributions and positive spirit will be remembered and appreciated as he embarks on the next chapter of his life. He provided 37 years of distinguished service and was an asset to VTA. Congratulations to Ferdinand. Next, I want to welcome Guada Villanueva, who will be joining us virtually. Guada Villanueva has been a cornerstone of VTA's retirement services team, blending exceptional technical skill with a positive and uplifting spirit. Her meticulous attention to detail allowed her to manage complex retirement processes and sensitive data with accuracy and professionalism. She served as a trusted mentor to her coworkers, sharing her knowledge and fostering a culture of collaboration and support. She also guided employees through complex legal and retirement matters with compassion and expertise. Guada leaves a lasting legacy of integrity, dedication, and excellence that has profoundly shaped the retirement services team. She provided 27 years of distinguished service and was an asset to VTA. Congratulations to Guada Villanueva. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Please join me in giving another round of applause to our retirees. So now we'll move on to public comment for items not on the agenda but within the board's jurisdiction. And as noted previously, if folks wish to speak on our referral item, you may also do so during this portion, as long as we can stay within our 30-minute time. So first we'll have Cindy Bautista, followed by Lupe Medrano, followed by Kemi Flynn.
Hello, good afternoon. Dear BTA Board Chair Lopez and board members, my name is Cindy Bautista. I'm the Pasos Community Organizer at Sacred Heart Community Service. Thank you for taking action to protect the safety and well-being of our BTA workers and riders, for supporting the referral restricting the use of BTA-owned and controlled property for civil immigration enforcement activities. As noted in the April 1st referral memo, it's also important to establish safe site protocols and training for BTA employees ahead of FIFA event beginning on June 11, 2026 and beyond. Employees should be involved in these development protocols to ensure they effectively protect workers, riders, and communities. This matters for me and my organization and my community because we all rely on BTA to get to our doctor's appointments, to get to the food banks, and to the schools and more. Thank you for joining local jurisdiction transportation agency in establishing no enforcement zones policy to protect employees and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Lupe Medrano. Then Kemi Flynn, and then Dilza Gonzalez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lupe Medrano, and I'm here to speak on the $16 service fee. I was told that it was too complicated to lower it from $16 to $10, but the complication as I see it, excuse the pun, but the complication here is the lack of empathy and compassion for the disabled community, which is supposed to be served by paratransit. And so I ask you to please consider this and lower it down, because a lot of us cannot pay $16. I myself had to pay $16 beginning January 1st of this year, and it's very difficult. A lot of us make less than $20,000 a year. So again, remember when you make your choices, who you are serving and who you are hurting. So please think about us and help us in this dire situation. I thank you for your time and consideration on this very important matter. God bless you all. And if you want to see me again, leave it at 16. But if you want to see me again, put it down to 10, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and I will request that staff follow up with more information so I can understand better. Thank you. Akemi Flynn, followed by Dilza Gonzalez, followed by Rob Means.
Good evening, Chair and members of the VTA Board. Kemi Flynn with IPEN, the Immigrant Protection and Empowerment Network. I want to echo Cindy's comments, thanking you, thanking the board, thanking the administration for moving forward with the referral from last month and creating the policy and implementing the policy to restrict use of VTA property from civil immigration enforcement. As you know, a large number of the riders of the buses and the light rails include immigrant community members, and many, many VTA employees are immigrants as well from diverse backgrounds. So you taking this step is truly meaningful in how community members who are accessing VTA services feel comfortable and confident knowing that you have their backs and that you are prepared to protect them with policy that links up with policy with the county, the city of San Jose, city of Campbell, Sunnyvale, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Dilza Gonzalez, and then Rob Means. Do we have Dilza Gonzalez here? Okay. Rob, go ahead. Thank you.
In your agenda packet, in the comment section, is a two-page response to a presentation on VTA's future of transportation. It starts with this paragraph. As a knowledgeable and committed transit professional, I was disappointed by Jarrett Walker's presentation during the VTA Board of Directors workshop meeting on April 17th. Early into the VTA's future of transportation, Consultant Walker dismissed personal rapid transit, PRT or pod cars, and their potential. That bias led to several oversights in his presentation slides. The following helps fill in the holes. Please read that two-page of feedback so that you understand what the potential is and what the holes are that he left in his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online wishing to speak?
Yes, Chair. I also want to note that we have posted written public comments online. But we will start with Roland and then KH. Roland, go ahead and unmute when you're ready.
Yes, thank you and good evening. So I'd like to touch on recent developments in LEGO projects in Europe. You've probably heard of the Channel Tunnel rail link, which was the first decade of $10 billion that brought the Olympics to London in 2012. And then in the second decade, there was something called Crossrail, which linked Heathrow to the other side of London, 12 miles between both tunnels under London, and 8 new stations, that cost $20 billion. But now we're in the third decade, and anybody who goes to Paris needs to go and visit the Grand Paris Express. It's 124 miles between both tunnels and 68 new underground stations. And they're being dug concurrently by 20 different TBNs. The price tag is $45 billion. This is the future. This is where you need to look. Thank you.
Okay, KH, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of Showing for Racial Justice, and I would like to thank the board for the referral for the protection of riders and employees from ICE. As everyone said, many immigrants use transit, and they also work for VTA, and of course the ones who work for VTA have their green cards, but we know that ICE doesn't really care if you have your papers or not. So thanks very much. And I also am very distressed to find out about this new, rather increased fee for paratransit, because $60 a year to be eligible for paratransit is just outrageous at the incomes of disabled people. Thank you very much.
And then, not Juana? Okay. Okay, that's it, Chair.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move, we have no items under item 5 today, as we removed our resolution necessity. So next we go on to item 6, reports, and we have Citizen Advisory Committee Vice Chair Rob George, who will provide the report for 6.1A. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Chairperson Lopez, General Manager Carolyn Gonat, and members of the board. My name is Rob George, and I'm serving as Vice Chair this year. I've been on the committee since 2022. I also serve as a founding board member and chair of the Palo Alto TMA. And for those of you that are interested, I do have a day job. My day job is Director of Facilities for Phil's Coffee. CAC and Citizens Watchdog Committee met on April 8th, and we received presentations from staff on several topics that are currently on your agenda tonight. First, we approved the 2016 Measure B Bicycle and Pedestrian Planning Studies Competitive Grant Program. We approved the recommended project list for the 2016 Measure B Bicycle and Pedestrian Planning Studies Competitive Grant Program, Cycle 3, Call for Projects. This is agenda item 7.13 tonight. Although we approved the OBAG 4 program and project selection criteria, concern was raised regarding not having criteria for cost effectiveness. We approved the $4.15 million in supplemental funds for Congestion Management Agency, County Transportation Agency planning and programming activities to be implemented and managed during fiscal years 26-27. This is item 7.15 on your agenda. We heard another presentation on the cashless fare payment barrier study results, your agenda item 7.24. We discussed lack of comparison across other routes, expanding contact payment capabilities, suggested potential policy changes to reduce or eliminate cash payments, the need to support cash users through outreach, promotion of alternative payment methods, and lastly, improved awareness on location to load Clipper cards, a critical item by the group. Lastly, regarding agenda item 7.19 tonight, we heard from staff about the VTA's Transit-Oriented Communities Grant Program, Cycle 3. I encourage CAC members to connect with staff and consider volunteering as an application evaluator for a future cycle. I volunteered previously in Cycle 1 and felt it was challenging but very rewarding. And finally, I'm happy to say that we have an almost full CAC board. We still have 3 openings, so please encourage the public to join us by visiting vta.org/apply-CAC or CAC to apply. Our next meeting will be held next week on Wednesday, May 13th at 4 p.m. at VTA headquarters. Thank you. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions from the board? Thank you very much for being here in your service on the CAC. Thank you. The written Policy Advisory Committee Chairperson's report is posted on the agenda portal and available at the public table. The written reports for item 6.1C is in the packet. There's no report for item 6.1D, and the written report for 6.1E is posted on the agenda portal and available at the public table. I'll open public comment if we have any for all items under 6.1.
Yes, we do have a public comment. Roland, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So very briefly, item 6.1.E, VTA BSVI Oversight Committee report through the Chair. I'd like to suggest a change on page 2, which refers to EBRC as the East Bay Rail Connector, while in fact East BRC is the East Bridge to Bar Regional Connector. Thank you.
Those are all the comments, Chair.
Thank you so much. So with that, we'll close public comment and go on to 6.2, the General Manager / CEO's report.
Great. Good evening. First, I wanted to start off with a quick recap of a very successful APTA legislative conference in Washington, D.C. The conference itself can be quite a whirlwind. There's a lot going on, but VTA was well represented by staff, and Directors Abacoga and Candelas were there as well with us. VTA's reputation in the industry is strong, and so having this kind of presence is always impressive. We went to a lot of committee meetings, many of us, the first couple days, and then off to the conference, and then onto the Hill and meeting with staff as well as our congressional members. I was also invited by members of Congress to participate in a congressional briefing by Representatives Sharice David. I actually spoke on a multi-agency panel with other CEOs about the transit readiness and funding needed for mega events like FIFA. It was an opportunity to tell the story of our success at the Super Bowl, but also how VTA is preparing for FIFA next month, and actually the needs for funding in the future for events like this when it comes to providing transit services. I was also invited to a meeting to participate with a small group of CEOs with the Senate Banking Committee, minority and majority staff, to talk about the surface transportation the reauthorization bill, and actually some of the areas that we would like to see some changes and what was really important to the transit industry. So that was a very useful meeting as well. So I was able to participate in a couple smaller areas where we were able to put forward sort of VTA's priorities, which was very helpful as well. Of course, as it shows, we went to the Hill to speak with our elected officials, some of the policymakers, about our needs, and particularly we spoke with our Santa Clara County delegation members. So I'm actually going to ask us, have you jump in, Director Candelas, on a recap of our visit to Washington. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you, Carolyn. Yeah, these are just
Oops.
some.
Okay. Do we have the other slides?
Yeah, I think we have a few slides. You know, as you mentioned, you know, attending the APTA legislative conference was
There they are.
was definitely an opportunity to, yes, advocate for VTA's priorities with our delegation, but also hear from other professionals across the country of the work they're doing in their respective areas. And you know, I had the privilege of sitting down with all our delegation along with our partners to ensure that, you know, we are playing that integral role in getting our federal investments. And shout out to Congressman Jimmy Panetta, who's my congressman, selfishly. You know, and while we were meeting with, you know, Congressman Panetta, Carolyn, as she mentioned, was meeting directly with those federal agencies to make sure that she's hitting on all the details and the progress on our transportation projects. Next slide, please. Meeting personally with the next slide. Thank you. We met personally with U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, Congressman Kana, Lofgren, and Licardo. Usually, you know, we get these meetings in the hallways, but we were fortunate enough to actually sit down in their offices and talk directly to them about the opportunities before us in VTA. And obviously, they're valuable with regards to passing on the direct word from our residents, given, you know, the day-to-day conversations that we have in our roles as elected officials, and the roles that they have in DC, being almost, you know, 3,000 miles away from their respective constituencies. Being able to talk about BSV2, the opportunity before us at the high level, 3,000-foot level on the regional transportation measure before us, and how we are approaching the opportunity to transform and strengthen our transit system. Obviously, their partnership and support is critical as we move forward with this strategy, and more importantly, on the work ahead. Next slide. I think this is the next one's the last one. You know, we ultimately, if you go back to the last slide, these meetings are important for building and strengthening our relationships and creating that opportunity to identify additional pathways forward on some of these very, very complex projects. And as directors directly elected from the people, we serve as direct connections to our residents, as I mentioned, and the opportunity to move VTA's priorities forward are something that are critically important. And shout out to Director Abakoga, who attended the conference with us, and thank you obviously to everybody who attended: Carolyn, Beverly, Tom, Aaron, and Scott. And if I missed you, I think Jesse was there too. Sorry, Jesse, for the opportunity and for the work ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, we kept busy. It's pretty much an 8 to 10 day every day.
That's some long days.
Yeah, so I was going to turn it over to Director Abakoga if you had any comments.
Thank you. Not too much. Just I participated in the conference piece and the committee piece. I had to come back because we had a board meeting here, so I didn't get to go to the Hill. But interesting, some sobering information, as we all know that there's some major cuts that have been proposed. I was actually also surprised to hear from some of the administration representatives. They were very honest in how they feel about California and our projects here, calling high-speed rail a boondoggle. So not the most encouraging time, I have to say. I've been to DC and other years that has much more encouraging. But I definitely see the respect that VTA gets from our the nationwide, and Carolyn has really been a leader. I think you're on the executive committee of APTA, so I really appreciate the leadership that you've been providing and with APTA and the work of the organization. So thank you for the opportunity to join you.
Yeah, and I want to thank both directors. That there was and I know Margaret participated, and I'm not sure if you were able to go, but there was a transit board committee members committee, which is actually the transit board members have a committee specifically for them. And there's actually a conference that will be held in July this year. I think it's in July this year in Detroit. That might not sound interesting, but they actually will make it very interesting. It's always, for some reason, always fun when they have it in Detroit. But they are going to host where actually the board members get together from the transit agencies across the country and talk about transit, where it is across the where all the major issues are across the country, how we can advocate together. So that will be offered to all the board members on our board if you have an interest in going. And there is an actual specific committee that meets at most of the meetings, most of the APTA conferences this year. But the legislative is the large conference that most of the members go to as well. And then there's a large conference at the end of the year that has everybody at. But this one was really important because it is in DC. Yeah, it was sobering news. Transit is really fighting because the bills that are coming out has definitely, the IIJA had a large amount that they had added into the basic formula funds that the agencies received over and above what we had, so it was a big incremental change. IIJA had added on, and that has not, so we're back to the lower levels is what's coming out of the bills right now for the Surface Transportation Act. Now, we don't believe that they will enact anything before the midterms, but we will have to keep an eye on that right after the midterms as to what will happen. And so that's what everybody is sort of waiting for to see. So we've been talking to the staffs of each of the committees that actually have a role both at the House and the Senate to try to make sure that we are able to continue to push forward how important funding in transit is for this country and for the economic viability and development in the country. So I appreciate all the time that was spent here. So thank you. We can go back to this next slide, Thalia, and thank you to the directors for who came. The next is Bring Your Child to Work Day, and which also coincided with our Earth Day celebration. As you can see, there was a lot of education and excitement at the River Oaks and Cerrone Yard. Not only did the kids get to take part in hands-on sustainability activities, but they also got to see how our dedicated frontline staff keep the VTA system moving. So, and, you know, I'm pretty certain that the next generation of VTA customers and employees are among this group. So a heartfelt thanks to all the many staff members and VTA parents who did participate in this wonderful event. So I want to go to the next slide, please. And I really want to thank Citizens Advisory Committee Vice Chair Member Rob George. He did a great intro to this and talked about this because we are excited to announce that the 2026 Cycle 3 VTA Trans-Oriented Communities Grant opened May 4th. There's $750,000 in funding available with grant amounts between $25,000 and $150,000 that are made to both local agencies and local nonprofit community-based organizations. And they're primarily geared towards the daily needs of the residents of the transit-oriented communities. This year, we are thrilled to expand the eligible area by 2.3 times with the inclusion of frequent bus corridors. So if you can, as board members, if you can spread the word out to community-based organizations you know or your actual agencies to actually apply for these funds, that would be great. Even though it's not a very large program in dollars, we do get a lot of interest in this program, and it actually has been quite valuable to these groups that do receive these funds. And so we will continue to move this forward, and we get a lot of excitement about it. And so if you could put this in your newsletters or your text or whatever you do, that would be great, and get your cities to apply. And if you know of community-based organizations who are interested in this. If you do want to understand what kind of projects are eligible, please reach out to our staff, reach out to myself or Scott Haywood, and we'll, or Jesse Solis. We will actually, it's her department who actually puts these together, but we can actually get some information out to you as well. Thank you. Next slide. The weekend before last, VTA hosted our 2026 full-scale exercise. It was called Operation Green Shield overnight at the Great America Station. You might have seen that. It was on the news. This exercise was a success, focusing on close coordination between VTA and first responders from around Santa Clara County. These types of simulated emergencies take a lot of time to plan and a lot of people to pull off, and a lot of support from our partner agencies. So my appreciation to Aston Green and our safety and security staff, as well as the many volunteers who participated. VTA is committed to safe and secure transit system for every customer and employee every day. So we are ready to invite the world to Santa Clara County for our FIFA matches and for our everyday service and for our continued service to our major events that we have in this area. Next slide. Last week, we participated in, we actually held the groundbreaking for the I-280 Wolf Road Interchange Improvement Project to reconstruct the existing interchange in Cupertino. This is a partnership with ourselves, the City of Cupertino, and Caltrans that will relieve congestion in a way that doesn't shift impacts onto the local streets. And the project will improve the overall system as a whole, providing also bicycle and pedestrian movement improvements. Not only is this an exciting project for VTA, it's another well-executed event for all of us. So I really want to thank all the staff who helped put this event on, but also I want to congratulate the engineering team to get this project in construction. This has been a long time coming, and everybody else who helped support this project in getting it up and into construction so that we can move this project along. So my appreciation also to Chair Lopez, Mayor Kitty Moore, and all the other dignitaries who were there and able to celebrate that with us. And then the last thing I want to just talk about is our 2026 VTA Bus Rodeo. For those who haven't attended the rodeo, this is a day of skill, teamwork, and fun for the family. Operators put their precision and expertise to the test on this challenging course, but I did try to do it myself. It's not that easy. It's really, really hard. So I'm really impressed by all these people who can do this. But of course, I did not win the rodeo. That honor belongs to Sarab Preet Singh, who was first place this year. Congratulations to him, and many thanks to his service to VTA. He will represent us in Salt Lake City in a couple weeks in the International Bus Rodeo that APTA has at the APTA Mobility Conference. So he will go to Salt Lake City and represent us there. In second place, we had Harjinder Saini, who usually has been a first place and has represented us a number of times as well at the International Bus Rodeo. And third place was Harnam Sidhu. So the rodeo wouldn't be completed, however, without the barbecue rib cook-off, which the Information Services representatives, Jonathan Bravo and Jacob Hunter, won that cook-off. So we actually had a day of competition. So it was a wonderful event and one that makes you very proud to be here at VTA, and we had a lot of fun that day. So that concludes my report. Just to let you know that the ridership report and the security statistics are also included in your binder, as well as my general manager report and other activities that we've been involved in is attached. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And do we have questions or comments from board members? Okay, we do have 2 comment cards from the public, so we'll take public comment now. First is James Whiteman, followed by Harry Neal.
I saw some disrespectful behavior from passengers. A couple weeks ago on Easter, I saw some guy throw a rock at one of your light rail trains. And second of all, a couple of days afterwards, on Friday, I saw some person just swear at the fare inspector who was told not to get out because he didn't have any fare. You know, fare evasion is a big problem. I even saw this yesterday or a couple of days ago on TV. It is a big problem in the county. They should not even give tickets. They should just throw people off and just start throwing them in jail. Also, I'd like to know, you guys are upgrading the ticket vending machines. When is that going to be done? All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Harry?
I'll pass, sorry.
Okay. We'll go on to 6.3, which is the chairperson's report. Could we get the slides, please? Thanks so much. So first, we have our GM performance evaluation process. This is one of the key responsibilities of the board, and what we've done over the past couple of years, and actually going back to my predecessor, Chair Cindy Chavez, and before that, Chair Pat Burt, when he served as chair, is to get into a more regular process and including previously hiring a professional consultant, just to adopt best practices as a board and give us more guidance for evaluation. So it's included things like shifting the timing and just getting into regular structure and cadence. And so as part of that, to kick off the process for this year, I'm appointing a general manager performance evaluation ad hoc in accordance with this policy, and that'll include board leadership, the chairs of the committee, as well as not on screen, but who has agreed to join our ex officio member, Pat Burt. And you'll notice that that group matches up with what was previously the Governance and Administration Committee, which we have since dissolved, but the idea of that was to bring the chairs of the committees, our ex officio member, and board leadership together and have that be a structure. So in keeping with that and with our adopted policy, we'll be moving ahead. So we're scheduling times now to meet in between this meeting and our next board meeting. This will allow us to begin fiscal year 27 with a completed performance evaluation and give clear direction to our general manager and through that, the agency. So my appreciation to colleagues for willingness to participate and be a part of this important process. Next slide, please. So in April, I had the chance to join VTA and the City of San Jose a number of times to testify on a few different bills very important to this agency. And the first of these was AB 2263, and this is a VTA employee housing bill introduced by Assemblymember Cara. This bill was endorsed also by VTA's employee unions, including AFSCME Local 101 and SAIU Local 521, and has itself come out of discussions with these and our other unions as well. What this would do is to allow VTA, much like school districts, to have workforce housing preference on our TOD program. So a really critical step that I have often gotten the question of why don't we have this? And the answer is simply it's not in our enabling legislation. And so I appreciate our staff being proactive in pursuing this fix that truly, if we can get this across the finish line, it will make a tremendous difference for our employees who shouldn't have to commute for hours on top of their workday to serve our county. So I spoke at the Transportation Committee, and I thank Director Abakoga for also representing VTA at the Local Government Committee on this bill. AB 2263 has passed committees successfully and will have an assembly vote in the coming weeks with a Senate vote expected next month. I also had the chance to speak on Senator Cortese's bill, SB 1375, which would exempt Diridon Station from CEQA and reduce the time and cost of delivering that program through common sense streamlining. And this came directly out of conversations with the Diridon ad hoc, and I came up to speak at the request of the City of San Jose, which is a close partner and is a sponsor of this bill. So truly impactful legislation that both of which are moving ahead. And I want to appreciate the great work by our general manager, the government affairs team, TOD and real estate team, the team from the City of San Jose, all for the collaboration and partnership. This is leading the region and doing right by our state, our community to move forward with these important projects. Next slide, please. And finally, as I said, I want to take a moment to remember and recognize Rod Diridon, who we lost just recently. And as was the case for many of us here, Rod was a friend and a close mentor. While it's COVID times and we had to conduct the meeting remotely, he actually swore me in as on the Campbell City Council for my very first meeting. And I've shared a number of times the stories and the impact that Rod has, and also had the opportunity to get to know his incredible spouse, Gloria Duffy, who truly is a legend in her own right. And just he was so generous with his time and advice, but he never stopped. Every time I saw him, talking about what was next. He was the never one to rest on his laurels or talk about back in my day we did it this way, or look at all that we accomplished. So of course we know him as the father of modern transit, but if you spoke to him, first and foremost, he continued to be an advocate for transit, an advocate for Santa Clara County and for this region and for its residents, because he never forgot that public transit is a public good, and it serves the community. It's something that people rely on to get to job, school, family. And Rob, more than anyone else, was fully aware of how much more work there is left to do to truly build the system that our region and our residents deserve. And so he would always ask me, Sergio, how are we doing on that West Valley connection, or how's the Diridon streamlining looking? And if you'll recall, those of you who serve on the Diridon ad hoc with me, in one of his last meetings, he said, what we really need for this project is an ass kicker. And that, what he meant by that was just someone who would not be afraid to ruffle feathers, to come in, do what needed to be done, who could get things across the finish line. And really that was Rod. That was what he had done and the impact that he had. So that was him. He wasn't afraid to ruffle feathers because he knew how important this work is, how much it matters, and how much of a difference it makes in people's lives. So he connected all of us. I was fortunate to know him. I was by no means unique in getting to know him, because he was a mentor to so many more, and truly not just people who have served, but the future generation. And so for quite some time to come, I promise you that you will continue to see through public service in this county the fruits of his labor, because he, to the end of his life, he continued to mentor a new generation, and in addition to the impact that he had throughout his life. So I want to with that, just open up to any board members who wish to make comments, and then we'll take public comment on this or any item in the report.
We'll start, Director Candelas.
All right, thank you, Chair. No, I appreciate the opportunity to share a few words about Rod, and obviously, you said a lot of things that echo true. He was a mentor to many, and obviously the person for public transit in our valley. But he was also like one of the biggest environmentalists that I knew. And had the privilege of serving on the League of Conservation Voters with. And in fact, when I was running for election a few years ago, he tells me, Domingo, he goes, I know where you stand on transit, but where are you on the Coyote Valley? He told me, he goes, the Coyote Valley. And he went on a 30-minute lecture on the preservation for Coyote Valley. And I always appreciated his words and his phone calls, and obviously the invitations to come over to his house and just enjoy a lemonade. So I will miss Rod, and obviously his legacy and his contributions to our valley and our country, quite frankly, will live on. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just go this way, Director Sell.
So I knew Rod because he was a role model to the students. So I co-founded Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, and in 2019, it was a really small group, but he would always make time to talk to students. Now the nonprofit has grown to hundreds of students being involved from all over the South Bay, but it was his being a role model of what you can accomplish when you set your mind out to have a goal of having a cleaner environment. So I just wanted to acknowledge the many people, many were inspired by him and continue to be inspired by what he has accomplished and what his goals were for a cleaner environment for our future.
Thank you, Director Kamei.
Thank you so much. I knew Rod for more years than I'd like to say, because it were many years. And towards the end, I know he got a few of us together to, I want to highlight something that you said, Chair, is the West Valley. And I know that Carolyn and I have had a lot of conversations about that, because I think that, in the later years, he emphasized the completion of going the entire county. And so I think for those of us who are here, we have a lot of homework to do. But you're right. I think that we're going to need to plow forward and do something about that, because at the end of the day, it is going to ruffle a few feathers, but I think it needs to be done. And so that's something that has remained with me to help the West Side, together with those of us who are in that area.
Thank you. Director Jane. Director Weinberg, please.
Thank you. I never had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Girodon, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for the impact that he has had on transit and the environment in our community. And I hope that his family recognizes how much of an impact that he had. I mean, you're hearing testimonials from people who had personal relationships with him, but his legacy and his passion for the community lives on and continues to be a motivation even for those of us who did not know him personally.
Thank you. Director Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Rod was a longtime resident of my district in Santa Clara, and he was always welcoming, opened his house to aspiring candidates like myself and other people, would mentor, pretty much anybody in the area. Obviously a consummate champion for transit, but, within Rotary had was the second largest donor for polio eradication, and then more recently they took on climate change, and Rod was a tremendous advocate for climate change mitigation. And so I admired him deeply for that, and he will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Foley?
Thank you. Thank you for the very moving tribute about Rod. We all have our stories, and many of them are very similar. He was an inspiration to many of us. I remember sitting down with him when I first ran for school board and him giving me lots of advice on what I should be thinking about and how I should be looking at it globally, and then helping me with understanding the importance of the Coyote Valley and other areas. But I also served with him in Rotary capacity. When he was president of Rotary, I was on the board with him there. He is affectionately brought in more Rotarians than anyone else. They're called members of the Rod Squad. I was unfortunately not a member of the Rod Squad, but I certainly valued his passion for Rotary and service above self. And he was always tremendously active, even up till the very end, in anything Rotary connected and anything really transportation or environmentally connected. At the Veterans Day Parade, he marched or he rode with Rotary in their cable car and always wore his uniform, and that was most recently. So he truly is inspiring. We will miss him tremendously, and we know that his inspiration and legacy will live on just forever. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have folks on this side? Director
Mulcahy. Just want to say my first political fundraiser was, I was 9 years old. It was Rod's first run for county supervisor, and it was at my parents' house. And, had a lot of opportunity over the years to know Rod in many different ways, including a leadership organization that he resurrected for one that he had experienced as a young person, and put a number of us and my contemporaries into that role, and created a great connection. And then most recently and finally, is as the chair of the Diridon Steering Committee, spent a number of meetings at Diridon Station with Rod, really sort of understanding what his vision and sort of thinking was around everything from the cabinets of his history and his life that sit in Diridon today, to just seeing the future and how great that will be for our communities. So RIP Rod Diridon.
Thank you. Director Cohen?
Yeah, everybody said a lot. I'll just add that Rod was my environmental advisor for many years. As you know, environment's important to me, and he's always asking how he can help with the things that I'm working on and how he can help support me. He was even in the last few months, every time I saw him when he was in and out of the hospital, he was always saying, I'm going to connect you with people, I'm going to help you. I was on the phone with him 2 nights before he passed, trying to give him an update of what I was doing in my current endeavor. And he was always very interested and wanted to know and was very supportive. And so I just always appreciated his friendship and guidance over the years.
Thank you. Director Abakoga, sorry, I was having trouble with you. I may need to borrow.
This is one. Oh, nice. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just ditto to everything others have said. I have had the good fortune of getting to know him over the years. I admired him from afar as a young staffer for Congresswoman Eshoo, and more recently have had the chance to really get to know him through League of Conservation Voters and then transportation. And I think about how fortunate we are here. We've had Rod and then Norm Mineta, and I remember seeing them together and how close they are. Their friendship was just so close, and how they work together so well. And it was a real inspiration for me to see that collegiality, how positive Rod always was. And it's it's a generation that we're unfortunately losing folks from, but they definitely had they're class acts, and he certainly was a class act. and I will always remember him and think of him. I just think we've got to get the Diridon station done as soon as we can as a tribute to him, but definitely miss him very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And it wasn't lost on me that previously in my update when I mentioned the streamlining legislation for Diridon, that took place, that hearing, the day after Senator Cortese had honored Rod on the floor of the Senate, and that made a deep impact among his colleagues, just hearing that. So, Carolyn, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I've known Rod for a long time. Hate to say this, before some of you were born as well. So, and I got to know him when I first moved out here, and I got placed on a job, and he was sitting on this dais with now Congressman Lofgren talking about these projects that I'm still dealing with, the BART project, but also the Tasman's projects and others, and him talking about the vision of light rail in the county, and it was also interesting because I was going to school, and this is just a quick story, but a friend of mine who we met doing this project together while we were going to school, and I also was working on this other project where I knew Rod. She was an aide for Rod, and we were both working on this project about Guadalupe in the north, along the North First Street corridor, and talking about what is it going to do for land use in that corridor. And it's still building out now, but how important, and was it going to grow? How is it going to have an impact on that area? And to hear him talk about it in a meeting, and then also hear her talk about, she was also working on the trolley barn for him, is what he was really, that was her work for him as an aide. And it's funny today, myself here being the general manager here at VTA, she's now the executive director of the Port of Oakland, and how he definitely had an impact on both of us and how we could be leaders on our vision on how we wanted to move forward. So I always remember Rod for that, because I've always seen him as a leader, and I do have handwritten notes from Rod on the West Valley connection that he left with me, and I still have them on my desk to make sure that I can follow up on all his notes for light rail in this region, as well as some other transit improvements that he had sent, him and I met on, and I still have those. He sent them to me as well. So I will always appreciate just sort of how he had his vision, and he never stopped. Every time I saw him at a meeting, he always pulled me off into the corner and brought me new ideas. So he was never, he was always the father of modern transit. It wasn't like back then. He always constantly thought about things, which I appreciated so much, and he will be missed for that.
Thank you. I'll go to public comment if members of the public wish to add their words. And we have first Sammy Denoda and then Harry Neal.
Hi, I'm Tammy Laredo Denoda, 31-year employee of VTA, and some people don't know the job I had before VTA was for Rod. And if it wasn't for Rod, I wouldn't be here. He didn't tell me to come to VTA, but I don't know, maybe subliminally he did. He said apply to different jobs when he was going to term out. I started working for Rod when I was probably 19. In the early 90s, and yeah, that ages me, but yeah, so he was just as kind as everybody says. Even then, he had lots of interns, and I wasn't an intern like a college student intern. I was like a poor college student intern, like a work study. Like I was so poor you could work for some of your scholarship money or some of your financial aid. So Rod was really kind. Once I got in as a work study, I also got my sister a job working for Rod. And so then he became both of our mentors. And when I came to VTA, my sister went to county probation, and he's still her mentor. She's on the Rotary. She went to the Lincoln Law Board. She's done a lot more than I have because I've been busy with labor. And Rod's always just been a family member to us now more than anything since for all these years. And I wanted to share the other side of it. I know everybody knows the transit side, the environmentalist side, but I feel like it's an obligation to also share like the family side. And he's just always been there for us. And I can do it. Yeah, I just wanted to share that it's hard to find people like that today that are always kind and kind to everybody, and no matter what you're going through, they're always there. So I wanted to say that Rod will always be missed, not just for the work that he did and the true hard work that he always did to the community, but because he just had a heart of gold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Rod Diridon, he was truly an incredible advocate, and as you all said, he was throughout his entire life, and he never gave up. And I'm so privileged to have known him, and so privileged to have considered him a mentor, and I know that I will be doing my best throughout the rest of my life to honor the legacy that he left for us, and I hope that all of us here will do the same, because the work that he did for our community, the way that he helped uplift all of us, it would be a disservice to everyone if we didn't honor that. So, thank you.
Thanks so much. Do we have anyone else in person or online? Online, go ahead.
We do have comments online. Roland, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. I probably only have 1 minute, so I won't go back 15 years. But I'd just like to go back to what happened 18 months ago on the Diridon JPAB. And Mr. Diridon, as I always told him, said that when he was the chairman of the High Speed Rail Authority, he asked how long environmental clearance was going to take. And the response was 4 years. And Mr. Diridon had the individual who gave the response fired. Moving forward 18 months, we basically, the only progress we have made is now we have got a piece of legislation that will reduce environmental clearance by 18 months. But in wrapping up very briefly, I don't know if you can see this green squiggle with railway track with a concourse, light rail, and bars underneath it. I'm not going to close off in reading to you what Mr. Diridon said when he saw this back in December 2020. This is inspired work, superior to the consultants in several respects. The current station area plan seems to be developing a Taj Mahal that will cost exorbitantly, therefore not be built soon, and not do the job of effectively interchanging high-speed rail, the commuter rail lines, light rail, buses, bicycles, etc. And I hope we keep Mr. Diridon's legacy in mind as we move forward with this project, and in particular, looking at this beautiful station right behind him, respect that building. Thank you very much.
Do you have anyone else online?
Those are all the comments, Chair.
Thanks so much. So we'll close public comment and we'll move on to item 7, our consent agenda. Thank you, everyone, truly for sharing your thoughts. We're now on to consent agenda. This is item 7.1 through 7.31. Members of the public who'd like to address the board on any item on consent, it will be taken at one time, are encouraged to submit a blue speaker card or raise your hand online. For my colleagues, are there items any board member wishes to pull from or add to the consent agenda? Any abstentions or recusals? Okay, I'll open public comment on the consent agenda. No cart, no one online. Okay. Do you have a motion for consent? Thank you. Any discussion? Could we do a voice vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks so much. So that item passes, and we move on to 8.1, our regular agenda, and this is an update on VTA's Culture and Climate Initiative. I'll turn it over to our General Manager and CEO, Carolyn.
Okay, thank you. You know, I realize some of the board has not been updated on the culture and climate work that we've done, so we're going to have a presentation tonight on the results of the employee surveys that we have done here to give an update as we move this program forward. But I wanted to give a little bit of an update about sort of the beginnings of the program and how we've moved forward. So let me go through this, and then I'll introduce you. So let's go the first slide. Okay. It's going to take us a while to get through all of these items. So let me just talk a little bit about this, and we can move forward. So primarily, the objective of the Climate and Culture Transformation Project was actually started in September 2022, and it was primarily set up to identify the challenges that were facing VTA in light of coming out of the pandemic, and also facing some of the changes that, not changes, but I think in light of the tragedy that we also had in May 2021, and also in the things that we were also seeing in terms of and hearing from employees overall. And we also wanted to do just take a very steadied approach in understanding exactly what was going on with our culture, and particularly with me coming in as now the general manager. So our objectives was really to try to look at the health and safety and well-being of our employees, building trust and increasing the collaboration, because that would be the only way to move the agency forward, facilitating more consistent and clear communication, which we had realized during the pandemic we didn't have a good way of doing, and then also being able to implement change as was needed over time in a more positive environment. So to achieve those objectives, we had these key stakeholders that we had put together, which was the SB 129 committee, which was formed in light of the legislation that we got and the grant funding we had received. We had the executive leadership. We have these work streams that we created in the VTA workforce. But I want to go into the next piece. There was a lot of work that was done in setting up this program, and there was a lot of discussion around the governance of the program, but in all cases, the VTA workforce was the center of it. And so they were absolutely key. Everything revolved around what we needed to do to help support the workforce. So different people had different roles as to who planned and did the work, who advised and helped champion the work and made sure that the resources were there, and then who ratified and made sure that the work was getting done and that everything was moving forward. I'm going to get to the next slide. Here were the stakeholders that were defined. As I said, the VTA workforce was absolutely critical. Who planned and did the work was these work streams, the coordinators, and this change integration team, which now you'll realize is the change management program that we have in the office that we have in the Office of Strategic Initiatives. And then we have these advise and champion group, which is the SB 129 committee, my executive leadership team, the advisory groups, but heavily the VTA board. And one thing that had been missing in a lot of the work that we've been doing, and this came out a lot through the SB 129 committee and some of the work that we did, is getting the board more engaged as well. And then the last was the general manager, which was making sure that we were able to move forward on the resources and everything else that was asking to be delivered to help make sure that all of this could be executed. So move to the next slide. There's a lot of information here, which is great for you guys to be able to read it. I'm not going to put this all together. We also had created an approach on how we wanted to move forward, and we've actually stayed primarily on this path going forward. But a lot of the work in the beginning was the assessment, which was evaluating and preparing, moving forward on this. And at the same time we were putting together sort of the organizational structure, the governance, the charter, and how we were all working together, there was a lot of work being done on actually just assessing where we were. So that was the focus groups, the interviews, the survey work that was being done in 2022. And so what you're going to see tonight is a lot of that work that was in the employee surveys. It also defined what we also saw was sort of defined these 8 key insights, which is on the next slide. And I think you might have seen before, but this is primarily what came out in the 2022 assessment, that we did face system challenges that are mutually reinforcing, and they had to be addressed all together. And I think you'll see a lot of this. We were still healing from the tragedy that we had. There was evidence that we had an inconsistent safety culture, which potentially created risk to both the employees and the customers. We had widespread leadership challenges that existed. The employees were proud. That was the one thing, very proud of the work that they did, and particularly in terms of the service that they provided the community. There was a lot of distrust and fragmented sense of identity instead of promoting, that promoted conflict rather than unity within the organization. And the employees did not feel supported by primarily VTA management. The mission support functions they felt were insufficiently equipped or supported or resourced to support a positive culture change, and there was poorly defined governance and decision-making processes that heightened cultural tensions. And so this was sort of the framework that we saw coming out of 2022, the assessment that we did in 2022 after 2021. And this is part of the survey. You'll see this when you see the results of the survey that you'll see is marked 2023. That's really 2022 results. And then we did a survey in 2024 that will be presented now as well. And we've put together a team, and we hope to do the survey every 2 years but we've been doing work on the work streams. So we created work streams from these 8 key insights, and we'll go to the next slide. And the work streams were primarily to be moving forward on our priorities in trying to at least process some quick wins, and then moving forward on how we sort of got some desired outcomes in these various objectives that we had based on the 3 key areas, which I'll describe. I really want to thank the union leadership has been fantastic in helping support this. We had over 70 total representatives who were first part of these work streams. We're trying to re-energize those now, but SB 129 has been absolutely great in helping support all that work, and the 4 union leaders as well, and we'll continue to move this forward. And the next slide shows the 3 work streams that we created, which is community through collaboration. A lot of that is around the communications work streams. These were showing who we had working on them originally. Then we had employee support and leadership development. These were earlier, and we had regular meeting cadence that also had executive team leadership as well, a sponsor who is an executive team, and then the people who were there as well working on them. And then as some of the employees some of them became work stream coordinators, correct? And they took on more of a lead role, which was great. And so they were learning to become leaders and coordinators in these as well. And then the physical and psychological health, safety and security role. And so these were them. Some of the leaderships have changed, the people have changed, and now we're in the process of re-energizing those. So I really want to thank everybody who's gotten us to this point, particularly SB 129 committee, all the employees who have worked on this, all the employees who've been involved in this to date, and executive leadership who's been part of it, the board, the ad hoc committee who has been sort of meeting on this. But I want to now turn it over to actually Gretchen Beza and Sam Sargent are both part of the team. But I want you to introduce how we've now put this into the what we call, used to be the change integration team, Office of Change Management. And our whole goal is to allow this to become our continuous improvement program. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Gretchen.
Absolutely. Oops. Thank you so much, Chair, Directors, and thank you, Carolyn. My name's Gretchen Beza. I'm VTA's Change Program Manager, and I'm thrilled to be in this position. And tonight I'm here to also introduce 4 members of our Culture and Climate Change program. Mark DeLong, Associate Transportation Engineer, Menominee McCarter, Public Communications Specialist, Brent Purse, Principal Planner, and Menominee McCarter, Angelina Silva, I'm sorry, Management Aide for the Office of Change Management. And these employees are really emblematic of the work that we're doing in culture and climate. They are employee volunteers. They have committed long hours to make great changes within VTA, and they're pleased to share the numbers from our 2024 employee survey, which will benchmark future surveys. Our Culture and Climate Change program has now moved within the Office of Change Management, and we will continue to co-create and collaborate with our SB 129 partners, with our workforce, and with our executive and senior management team. We're thrilled to combine some resources and give additional direction and energy beyond culture and climate. These efforts will remain employee-driven, and we're excited for the repopulation and reinvigoration of our work streams, which will commence this summer with new energy paid attention to the results of the survey. We'll be reinvigorating the work that we do based on VTA's strategic plan and other strategic initiatives, and of course, looking ahead at all of the great organizational changes that are coming to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mark, take it on. Take it over.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Gretchen. And thank you, esteemed board members, for your continued support of the culture and climate change effort here at VTA. It means the world to the employees. Starting with the survey purpose, the purpose of the survey primarily is focusing on capturing the current perspectives and sentiments of the employee workforce in order to help guide and inform the culture change transformation program and to help improve employee experience. Regarding how the survey was conducted, we wanted to ensure that we had an accurate picture that the survey reflected an accurate picture of the workforce. And so we worked very hard to increase the participation in this survey and capture as much of the employee perspective as possible. And to achieve this, we tried to meet the employees where they are. So we did both a digital survey and a paper survey. The paper survey was provided at all the break rooms across all the divisions. And then we strategically placed it also at 7 operator rest facilities across the county to help operators allow them time to take the survey during rest periods. We had over 14 volunteer ambassadors going around spreading the word and trying to encourage participation, and they covered, I think, over 79 shifts. And field staff and operators were also afforded paid time when they came back to the yard at the end of their shift if they wanted to take the survey as well. One thing to note, as a piece of context, unfortunately, approximately a month prior to launching the survey, we did experience a very tragic workplace shooting at our Shibuya division. And so there's no way to really measure what effect that had on the survey results, but it's fair to say that that event was very fresh in the minds of the employees while they were taking this survey. Next slide, please. So as a result of the hard work, I'm pleased to present that we had a 174% increase in participation from the prior survey. We captured roughly 46% of the employee population, and almost half of the survey respondents took the paper survey as opposed to the digital. So all the hard work of trying to get out there and meet employees where they were definitely paid off. Next slide. In keeping with the focus on making sure that we're capturing an accurate representation of the employee population, there's a number of demographics we can slice the survey by, but looking at this slide on the employee representation, you can see that we're pleased that over half of the people that took the survey were from the ATU workforce, which is the largest union here at VTA, so we're glad that that was reflective of that. In fact, another piece of context is that year over year, we actually had a 265% increase in ATO participation in the survey. And so another piece of context is that there may be voices in this survey that were previously silent in the first survey. We're certainly happy to share the full survey slide deck, but today we're just going to focus on 15 of the total 57 questions that were presented to employees. We felt that these were the most representative of the trends and concerns that were highlighted in the survey. The survey itself captured or covered 5 categories. That was pride and recognition, communications, safety and security, engagement, and leadership. And I'm going to pass it now to Menominee to take us through the next slide.
Thank you, Mark. And before we go into the results of the survey, I just want to point out what we're looking at here. So we did have the 2 surveys, 2023 and 2024. They're both listed there. 2023 is first, 2024 is second. And what we've done is we've broken it out by a couple of questions that we've chosen. And the yellow is, the responses were disagree or strongly disagree. That's highlighted with yellow. Neither agree or disagree is highlighted in the light blue, and then agree or strongly agree is highlighted in the dark blue. And we're mainly going to focus on the dark blue. So for our questions, I look forward to coming to work each day. It shows that there was 49% agreed in the beginning, or the 2023, and then 63% in 2024 for a 14% increase. I feel recognized for my contributions. 57% of employees agree with that statement. That is a 12% increase over the first survey. And then 72% agree with the overall, I feel proud to work at VTA, and that's a 12% increase over 2023. And then in our communication section, again, we are trending positive across all categories. And for our overall communication is effective, we did have less than 50% agree, but we would like to note that we did have also a 15% increase in those that did agree for 2024 over 2023. And in our communications are relevant to my job or to myself, we did have 69% of employees agree. And again, that's the 16% increase over 2023. So on both of those categories, we are trending upwards.
Good evening. We value the safety of our employees, and 2 questions we wanted to drill down on tonight focus on physical and psychological safety. As Mark mentioned earlier, it's possible that these results could be affected based on the events that happened at Sheboygan at the time, but we felt it important to share them directly with you tonight. So 51% of our employees feel physically safe at work. This is just over the halfway mark. This was also a new metric that was in the 24 survey that was not in the previous one, and this will continue to be in future surveys, so we will continue to ask this question. Psychological safety does remain to be a challenge, with fewer than 50% of our employees agreeing that they feel safe to speak up without fear. So we see some room for improvement here. You can see that on dark blue. However, year over year, we did see an 8% increase in psychological safety. And so this does tell us that we are making strides, and it's a step in the right direction. So not only did we drill down on physical and psychological safety, but we also asked some overall questions. And what we're showing you here is that less than half of our employees overall are feeling safe. And this is below a KPI target in our business plan. This is something that tells the work streams that we will be focusing on this in the year to come. We did see an 11% decrease in employees feeling safe, but also a 17% decrease in those feeling unsafe, meaning there is a significant amount of employees feeling uncertain, kind of in the middle about safety, which signals to us as an organization that we just have more communication work we need to do to really talk about our strong safety culture. So we will be focusing on that moving forward. Now, on to engagement. Engagement is how employees really feel when they're at work. And we find that many of our employees would recommend VTA to a friend or family member. That's great, 63%. We're almost meeting our goal of 65, so we're super close there. This is what we call a net promoter score. So this is really a simple way for our organization to gauge our employee base and our employee loyalty. And we'll continue to have some variation of this question moving forward in future surveys. But generally, overall, employees are feeling positive, fairly treated, which is great to see, and those things are trending positively. This last one about work-life balance, we did see not very clear answers in this question, so there are a lot of answers on each side, which tells the work stream that we have more work to do here or more questions that we maybe need to ask our employees. It's possible that this is due to long commutes or overtime or something else, so we need to dig into this a little bit more.
This slide is our leadership. This slide highlights two key measures of upper management, which can reasonably be understood as our senior leadership team and executive leadership team. So question 54 focused on creating a positive work environment. This increased by 20%. And question 55 focuses on trust and decision-making. This increased by 18%. So 70% of respondents are neutral or agree, and 31% compared to 49% disagree. This is a significant and dramatic shift in our leadership. We have done a lot to train our supervisors at VTA since the first survey, and it is good to see positive markers in the supervisor questions, as you can see on this slide. Question 48 is a new question that aligns with the agency's focus on employees' mental health and well-being, establishing a baseline for future surveys. The open response feedback was consistent with the broader survey trends, with over 3,600 responses reflecting a wide range of perspectives. Overall, the results indicate that most KPIs are moving in a positive direction, and the Culture and Climate Change Program remains aligned with the key focus areas identified by the 3 work streams. The survey results were shared with internal stakeholder groups, and they were also presented through a VTA-wide virtual town hall, and with all 3 work streams early 2025. In addition, we completed an agency-wide work stream recruitment. Onboarding and relaunching this program is currently in progress. We will use the findings of this survey as a roadmap to guide current initiatives and develop new ones. While there is still work to be done, the overall trend is upward, showing that VTA's efforts are having a positive impact and moving us in the right direction. VTA will be conducting a 2026 employee survey this fall, and this will be an ongoing biannual effort moving forward. Thank you.
So is that the last slide?
Yes.
Yeah, so the work that's been done outside of maybe some survey work that we might use consultants, we're primarily doing it in-house. If we need sort of specialty work or something, we may do that, but primarily the work that Deloitte did with us was to allow us to set us up to be more self-sufficient and continue on, which I think they've done a good job at being able to do and have us be able to lead those efforts in. And then so if we do anything, it would be just to have support in areas where we might need to identify additional work, what should we be working on, but it will be smaller level of, support work or subject matter expertise support that we would be looking at. And we actually have talked to like San Jose State University or somebody else to maybe help support those efforts if we need that in the future. Thanks. If there's any questions.
Thanks so much. Let's take public comment first. Do we have any speaker cards or speakers online for this item?
No speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll come back to the board. Colleagues, are there any questions for staff or comments on the report? Director Jane, please.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to see the upward trend. When I first came to VTA, I had the opportunity to tour our Cerrone facility, and I was appalled at the condition of the break room for operators. It was dismal, and I know that we're working on improving our break rooms. I think that's very important. Other things that I've heard that are key for our employees are for especially our operators, our bus operators, to have restrooms along the way, safe, clean restrooms for our operators. So I'm trying to understand what kinds of concrete plans do we have to improve the conditions for our employees. One of the things that I had heard about is that we have supervisors that have over 100 reports to them, employees, and what I want to do is I want to make sure when we promote somebody to be a supervisor, what kind of training are they getting to handle conflict resolution and to be able to guide their employees in their career paths. I wanted to understand, having 100 employees just seems like all you're doing is disciplining people. So, I've heard that, I think it's kind of appalling that a third of our employees don't feel physically or psychologically safe. That we really have to work on that because I've worked for a number of companies and I never felt unsafe at my workplace. So how is it that 1/3 is even close to being acceptable? And then I've heard that we have some issues with absenteeism. So what are we doing to improve that? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have staff that wishes to respond? Go ahead, please.
Can I speak? Good evening, Noni Singh, Chief Operating Officer. If I remember 3 questions that I'm going to answer. One is about the restrooms. What we are doing actually, me being an operator for 10 years, I understand how hard it is for employees, especially end-of-the-line restroom facilities. We actually started a task force that includes our frontline employees, our supervisory staff, our real estate team, service planning. So staff can, it is combination of everybody who can contribute. So we're looking at multiple angles, how we can find a solution. One, real estate approach. Second, it's scheduling approach, if you can move our routes. Third one is thrones, that if you have seen the modified or modern bathrooms that we have out there right now, that's the immediate solution. And we are meeting on a bi-weekly basis with our staff, finding the concern and finding a solution for them. We also change our communication method, how employees can reach out to us and how they can get updated on our solutions. We will be presenting our efforts and results of it in our committee meetings and probably to the board about what our efforts are about restrooms. There's a huge improvement. If I'm an operator today, I would be very satisfied what we are doing with the restrooms. Second one, about the ratio for our supervisors. Our ratio at the division supervisor level is different, which is 1:70, which is comparatively still not bad with other transit agencies. However, an average time an employee spends at the yard is close to 6 minutes before they start or after they end their shift. However, we do have a need about our transportation supervisor. We are looking into that. Once our budgeting situation changes or becomes favorable, we will try to address those. But our first priority right now is our security and safety, so we are trying to address that first. And as soon as we have the next opportunity that comes in, we'll address those issues as well. I think there was the 2 I remember. I don't know which one was the third question that I was going to answer. if I address.
The break rooms?
The break rooms, so there's already construction going on at our break rooms. Cerrone, right now, that construction will end. That's upgrading the break room and restroom at the facilities. After that, it'll be Shibuya Yard. Then we're also going to spend $25 million to upgrade the amenities for our frontline employees, especially at the yards. That will include break rooms, EV chargers, picnic spots, lactation rooms, quiet rooms, and that's also the result of the surveys that we receive from our frontline employees. What actually do they need to make their life better at the yard? So those are the things to come, and that also will be reported by our team who's taking care of those concerns.
And Mark or Nani, can you explain we do track that, and that is given there, that is updated so the employees can see what work is being done, correct?
Nani, I think that, as far as I know, I know when you have your employee town halls at the various yards, there's kind of a tracking spreadsheet that I think is updated. I don't know the frequency, but I know that I've seen it, and it kind of explains where projects are in the pipeline. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, or?
Yes, so in our town halls, when we meet with our employees, we bring the rendering, we bring up the plan, and that's where we got the feedback from employees what they need. So we provide the progress update on that. Also on the hub, and there will be a report on that $25 million that we're investing in the yard, what priorities, when those cannot be taken care of. And especially with JOC method of expediting the construction projects, that is helping us out in making the progress. So Cerrone is already seeing the results. Other yards will be seeing those results as well.
And my last question was training. When somebody gets promoted, how do they get trained in being a manager, conflict resolution, all of that stuff?
So there's a lot of efforts that have been put in. That's our talent development team from HR. They have done a great job. This is, I think, our second or third cohort's already going. We're supervisory development course. And that does cover a lot of things that we mentioned about leadership, communication with empathy, conflict mitigation. So there's a whole course about it. So, and that is for the supervisor staff. Then also VTA promotes sending our upcoming leaders to leadership APTA programs, emerging leaders. So I think if we compare ourselves to other agencies, I think we're doing an exceptional job in that. And we're already seeing the results in that.
Very good. I can see the results in the surveys, but
We see it on the frontline side as well.
thank you.
Thank you.
Brent, did you have something to add on the leadership side?
Our COO can do it all, folks, so he answered your question very well, Director Jane.
Yeah, each of them are in different work streams, and they can answer a lot of the questions as well. But yeah, we have a fairly strong supervisory development program now that wasn't really in place before, about learning, teaching them supervisory skills as they get promoted.
Thank you. Did I see Director Kamei's slide? Oh, Director Weinberg. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the work that you've done on this project. It's clearly enormously important. My question is, after gathering the data, what's done to really drill down to understand how to address the issues? I mean, these are kind of, for the most part, there's a lot of questions, a lot of different issues, but it's fairly high level. Everyone in the room, of course, is going to agree it's absolutely unacceptable that so many employees feel unsafe. And we see a trend going in the wrong direction on that issue. The trend seems to be going in the right direction in the other issue. It's only 2 data points, so it's hard to even come to that conclusion with any certainty. But really, there's issues that are being identified, and I suspect that there are employees who would see this as an opportunity to really tell us not just what we're answer the questions that we're asking, but want to tell us this is what we want you to know to make this a better place to work. And I mean, it's great that there were so many open-ended responses. I'm sure that a lot of it was covered there. But how are you actually drilling down into the issues where we see that we need to improve in order to find out what really needs to be done to find and execute that improvement?
I'm going to ask Mark, because Mark, you did a lot of the data cross-tabbing and the work there. And I think we're going to bring a consultant in next time because it is so much work, particularly with all the open-ended questions. And because there's 57 questions, there is a lot more drill down on some of those questions and answers.
Right. So we did have, in the open response questions, we had over 3,600 responses. Some of them were pretty nominal. Some of them were very passionate, and some of them where there was actionable information that was passed along to the appropriate parties immediately. The overall results of the survey was provided to the work streams where they have kind of sub-teams. So things like the challenge that Director Jane mentioned with supervisor training. That was something that came out of the first survey and was one of the early initiatives of the employee support and leadership development work stream, and HR, the talent development team, did a great job of rolling out the supervisory development program. And there's other initiatives that the leadership work stream is working on to develop like a toolbox, so to speak, for supervisors. As far as things like security or safety concerns, there's various subgroups. There's initiatives within the PPHSS, the physical, psychological health, safety, and security work stream, that are focused on things like flushing out what is the response time for when an operator gets assaulted or there's some issue on the road, and how can we improve that. And then, prior to all of this culture and climate work, not sure that we were even tracking response times or trying to figure out how to get to it. But it involves multiple jurisdictions, and it's kind of complicated. So there's things don't really happen quickly, but we have various initiatives within each of the 3 work streams that are very targeted at trying to drill down into that. We do know that we will be needing more focus groups, more targeted pulse surveys. Right now, we've been kind of struggling with participation in the work streams because the numbers of people in the work streams has gone down, but we've just completed, as Angelina mentioned, a recruitment effort, and we're hoping to revitalize the work streams this summer and then have a kickoff workshop with the new members, get them up to speed on the survey results, and formulate new initiatives based on the second survey results, and probably tweaking some of the first survey, or tweaking some of the initiatives that were generated from the first survey. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but hopefully.
Well, so for instance, someone could feel unsafe for lots of different reasons, right? And the data probably reflects that. They could feel unsafe because of dangerous people on their route. They could feel unsafe because the coaches are old. They feel unsafe because they feel like they're being bullied in the workplace. Yeah. Those are all legitimate reasons for someone to feel unsafe. So getting the data that far too many of our employees are feeling unsafe, what is it that's done to figure out how to address that?
So in the 3,600 open-ended responses, we did have, it was challenging to try and figure out how do we, summarize that. We basically came up with a way of, we created like 100 different tags or themes that came out of that. So one of them might be, they felt unsafe due to the exterior environment. They felt unsafe because of coworkers or supervisors, or they felt unsafe because of the public. Issues related to lighting or nighttime, the presence of security or the lack of presence of security. So within those 100 themes, we did kind of populate and tabulate the numbers, and that information has been shared with the work streams. I'm not sure what's going to come of it, but it's stuff that we have.
Yeah,
available.
I'm going to say the first survey, when we did it, like we said, we did break it down, and so we were able to move on specific things that came out. And then this survey, that we've had 3,600, we did a lot of it in-house. And I think this is the one thing we've been talking about is this next survey. We're going to have someone else tabulate the data and break it down into the categories so that we can get the information faster. So we're not doing it in-house, because it did take a long time to get that. Mark was doing a lot of it on his own. And so we actually need to be able to actually get that information. So by the time we got it, and then our work streams had dwindled, the strike took sort of some precedence. Our work streams dwindled a little bit even more, and so we need to actually be able to. We haven't done a lot more work on the stuff that's come out of this next strike. This last survey rather, not next strike. Sorry about that. It's not strike. Next, this last survey. So we're actually going to have to continue to figure that out. But we did break it down, like, is it exterior? Is it, if we hear something that's repetitive, then we start to work on those things. But for example, the one issue is that they felt uncomfortable because they didn't feel like they had a good response time. The response time was short. So one of the things we first wanted to get, too long. We wanted to get involved in what exactly was causing the root cause of why it was too long. And so there was a whole breakdown of like, where does the call go? It goes from the operator to our OCC, from OCC to CONICOM, from CONICOM dispatches out to one of our sheriffs, and how long does it take for someone to get there? And so we were breaking down how long those times, and we were finding out, it was breaking down, actually not with our OCC to CONICOM, but CONICOM to dispatch, and so we had to figure out what those timeframes were. And so once we got that, actually, the ATU employees who were there were actually able to communicate that to the other operators, and at least they felt that at least they knew why and where that communication was. And then we're working on that, and Aston has been working on that. So those are things that we work on. But we have to actually get that information about what makes them anxious and what is making them feel unsafe. And so that's the piece that we're trying to work on now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks much. Director Readiness?
No, I'm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're just sharing this one.
There
Sorry,
you go. Okay.
sorry.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Sorry about that. And then we'll come back. to the
So
side.
thank you for the information. But I think, to both my colleagues, Director Jane and Director Weinberg, I've had a lot of jobs and I have never felt unsafe. And so this is a big problem. This is a really big problem. And, to Director Weinberg's question, how do we address the root of the problem so that people don't feel that way? And, I think the information is great. The survey is great. All of the information that you cross-tab and all that is great. But at the end of the day, what are we going to do about it? The fact that it goes from here to here to here to here to here, and it takes so long for anybody to get any help, we recognize that. We don't want that. So what are we going to do about it? So I think, for me, it's much more direct. When something goes wrong, where do people go and how fast can you get help to them, right? Because I think that we can analyze things to the end of, whatever, and, if someone doesn't feel safe because they can never get help on time, that's terrible. That is really, really terrible. I think, put yourself in that position if you, something happens and you can't get help. That is not a good place to be. And my thing, I'm glad to hear, Nani, that you are having these employee town halls, that you are setting priority and trying to let people know when things are going to change or happen or whatever. I think that's all great. But if it's such a big problem where people feel so unsafe that you can't get help, you have to wait half an hour or whatever it is time frame before someone comes, there's a lot can happen in half an hour. A lot can happen in 15 minutes. And I will say, for the operators that are out there or, people who are dealing with kind of uncertain situations, I think we need to bring it to the highest point of priority and try stuff, right? Maybe it's a situation where you have VTA, sort of roaming guards or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I leave that to the experts,
Yeah.
right? But I also think that, we've known this information for a while, and I think that okay, it's only been a few years, but I also think that I don't. And, maybe it's, because I'm, just not understanding, and maybe you can help me understand, but I don't see what's the plan to be able to say, okay, this is what we know, this is where we're going, and yes, it's continuous improvement, and I think it's great, but I don't know, I think it has to be a little bit more simpler than the complexities of looking at all these things and all of that, and really addressing what is the root of the problem? Why are people feeling this way? And what are we going to do about it? Because I think as long as you have people who feel like they can't get help, that's not a good place to be. And so I just raise that. I'm not saying that you're not addressing it. I'm just saying that to me, it's not clear that we're getting there in a manner that is clear, that people know that this is the plan of where we're going to go. We haven't been in a good place. We're going to a good place, and we're going to go together. And this is how we're going to do it. So I think I'm missing something. I don't know what it is, but I think it has to be as clear as that, so that people feel like, okay, VTA cares about me. VTA is going to do something about it, and this is what they're going to do. And this is the time frame in which they're going to do it. So I think it has to be a little bit simpler. And anyway, but I'm seeking to understand.
So I want to say what you just said is probably the most important thing that we are also doing. We're seeking to understand, because I want to point you back to the chart that's here for the survey that came out in 2024, the one we did that we're talking about. Yes, we have, I feel safe went to 42%. The unsafe went to 12 from 29%. It's this, I don't know what I feel. And that part of that we do think is because we had the shooting the month before when we were doing the survey in Shibuya. But also, we had a huge amount of people who say this that aren't even at the yards, that are in like River Oaks, and they don't know because they don't, I mean, we are trying to drive in on this question because there isn't one or two answers about why people feel unsafe. And a lot of it is psychological. Some of it is physical safety. So we're trying to figure out what this is, because it is not the easiest thing for us to figure out. And this is where I do think we might need a subject matter expert to come in and sort of drill down on what we're getting here and all the comments, because there are a lot of comments on these, and this is where I think we're going to need help. I agree with you. Unless you're saying we can figure it out easily, we're not really seeing a clear path to one. There are some things we can work on, and then there's just some things we probably need to drill down on. Why do we have this, like half the employees don't know what they feel.
I'll offer one thing. This is really valuable in picking up on comments that others have made. I'll keep going with comments and questions, but I was going to wait until the end. But I'll bring up now to bring up the service of the ad hoc committee, and I appreciate Directors Candelas and Abacoga for serving on that with me. And it's certainly something that we've discussed there, but clearly this is rising up as a topic for the ad hoc to go more in depth. And I could kind of offer up my own thoughts. I won't do it now, but on how both the ad hoc and staff, when they bring back future surveys, can present the information so that's more actionable for the directors and just answers anticipate some of these questions. So all really valuable feedback that I'm sure will inform future discussions. But and I'll give ad hoc members a chance to weigh in, but I do want to go over to Director Readiness. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. So I'm having a hard time understanding what the plan is also. I think one of the, first of all, I just want to say this item was added to the agenda today. And I think it's a really important item. And it being so, I would expect that some of the folks who are participating in the different work streams would be here today to share their perspective, because I think that's part of the communication going either up or down, especially to the board, to hear straight from those folks who are participating. But when I saw I forget what page it's, I can't say, I think it's slide 8. Those folks, some of these folks don't even work for VTA anymore, so I'm confused about why these work streams wouldn't have updated names on there. So I guess I'm asking you, if some of these folks don't work for VTA anymore, are they volunteers? And if they're volunteering, how are they connecting with the rest of the VTA workforce to actually represent and have a voice?
No, I mentioned that this is when this got started and this is who it was, but we've made changes to this. This was sort of a history back. I mentioned that this was the background history.
So what's the updated?
We can get the new updated.
Yeah, for every sponsor or champion from the executive leadership team for each work stream, as they've transitioned out, someone else has transitioned in. So,
But I would expect to see that on a slide.
Yeah,
to
I
see the
apologize.
current.
This is,
You wouldn't,
was a historical slide that we added, but we can.
that's not what this slide says. This is not what the slide says.
We'll get you a new one. We're starting up the work streams again, and we'll get this all updated.
So you're getting up, you're reestablishing the work streams. When was the time frame that the work streams meetings actually were held and people were meeting?
They're still
was that time?
ongoing. I'm trying to remember when they started. I want to say it was November of 2024. And they've been meeting, initially they were meeting weekly. They shifted to a biweekly cadence at one point. We paused
This is
during the work
November
stoppage
of 2024 through,
through present. We're still meeting.
on a weekly basis.
Not weekly now. Currently, as we've kind of slowed down because of the workstream recruitment, we're meeting only monthly right now. But when we have the onboarding of the new members, we're going to be rotating some of the, like the executive champions. We're going to be kind of cross-pollinating and shifting work streams. We're also going to be selecting new work stream coordinators from within the new population of the work stream. So.
And who's we? Who's the we that's choosing these members in the work stream?
So it's a collaborative effort between the SB 129 committee and the executive leadership team. The executives, I'm not sure on the executive leadership team. I mean, Carolyn and the ELT have been, like, we haven't really been selecting the champions and sponsors. That's kind of the management's discretion. But the work stream population, that's going to be a collaborative effort for selection. The work streams themselves will kind of self-select or nominate and select who they want to be their coordinator for that work stream. So
I think this is really important information to provide all of us so that we understand, because part of the questions I think from my colleagues that you're hearing is a concern for the safety, either physical or psychological, and we'd like to see what the actual response plan is. If this is part of the response plan, then I would expect to see this culture and climate transformation work streams, phase 1 of the work stream timeline, November through whatever date of 2024 through, I don't know, February of 2025. We met on a weekly basis. From there on, February to present day, we've been meeting monthly. These are the numbers that have shifted. These are the folks who've fallen off. This is how we are recruiting. These are the folks that are potential candidates. I just don't see this done in a way that honors what the fears are, either physical or psychological, of the employees that you already know, irregardless of whether how recent it was to a crisis event, and especially because of a crisis event, I would imagine that this would be even more elevated and expedited in a way that honors folks' responses. Why would they give us further response if we haven't moved along? Maybe we've moved some items along, but we don't really know that because this is one survey, correct?
correct. This
Correct.
is the second survey, yes.
Second survey. So the first survey was done?
The very end of 2022 and into 2023.
Okay. And then the second survey was done when?
This was at the very end of 2024. End of 2024.
Okay. So when you have change management, and you're trying to create culture change within a system that is so complex, you need constant communication, correct? So I would imagine that you would have for us laid out a whole schedule of the surveys, when you're going to do one next, when the next one is coming, especially based on these areas that maybe we didn't perform very well on, so that you have even further drop-down menu options that would allow for us to further understand the workforce in a way that maybe we didn't in the survey before that, so that we can continue to peel the layers of understanding, and each survey would allow us to move closer to that, whatever objective it is. I don't see that happening here. I don't see, one, the work streams working in a way that would allow for those voices to be heard, because as you just finished reiterating, membership has fallen. You're not able to meet on a weekly or monthly. Then you moved on to, I don't know what other cadence it's fallen under. That historical background is really important for us to understand. And then for us to continue to move from assessment, because I feel like we're still in assessment. We really don't know at this point. We have 2 surveys, correct? Into setting a foundation and then building capabilities and implementation. I don't know exactly when we would actually get triggered. What is it that you're looking for? How often are the surveys being done so that we move from evaluating and preparing into setting actually foundation? I don't know with 2 surveys, and I don't know what my colleagues think about this, but I don't know with 2 surveys that we really have an understanding of where people are, where the staff is, the workforce is, in terms of the different areas that you have completed in terms of surveys. And as we know with surveys, one modality doesn't work for everyone, correct? You have folks from different ages, in different age brackets, with different language needs, and any one of those populations are going to need different modalities. And I don't know what the modalities are and how you are responding to those needs. One of my questions was, what are some of those survey responses? Have you been able to keep track, maybe in a number? I know these may be anonymous, and if they're anonymous, can we keep track of just a number, assigning a response, or having them accept a number so that we can keep track of those responses and building an understanding from those folks who are consistently filling out the surveys? And we can have a line drawn from the very beginning of the response rate or the responses to the end, where we understand, okay, 50% of our responses are from drivers, 50% of the responses are from blah, blah, blah. I would really like to understand this survey breakdown a lot more than what it is at this point, so that we can, so that I can say to when the unions and the workforce come to me, that I could say, you know what, we really took a look at and evaluated how the surveys are being conducted. At this point, I would really like to ask the chair to look into this in a more maybe more detailed manner, or maybe you have these responses, but maybe you have it answered.
Director Rance, can I jump in? Because so as I mentioned, I serve on the ad hoc committee with Director Abacoga and Director Candelas. All that information is there, so I will invite you if you're able, and clearly have the interest, which I appreciate, to have a briefing and dive into these questions. Staff had to summarize with an overview, but is that something that would be helpful? And I have more comments, but just to start with, because I can share that the ad hoc has spent a number of meetings diving into those questions and just getting the baseline understanding. These are important questions, and the information is there, but it's hard. I see staff trying to condense that meeting, but let me try to summarize and answer a few things before staff can jump in if I miss anything. The intention with the survey is roughly on an annual basis. It really only has been a few years since the survey happened, so we're not going to have a multitude of surveys completed, but the idea is that it is being done on an ongoing basis. The other thing that just briefly was alluded to—
Is that ongoing or annual basis? Which one?
ongoing annually into the future.
Annually.
So there's only been so many years, so we don't have that many survey results. And if you remember the slide with the cupcake, one of the things that has stood out, yeah, thank you, that stood out to me, and I'm sure the other ad hoc members, is just the Herculean efforts to get as many survey responses, and it is ticking up every time that we do the survey. But to your questions with modalities, there's all, and we'd be here for hours if staff presented in full the presentations that we've received on the ad hoc. But it's things like paper surveys online, making sure that people get paid time to fill out the surveys on paper, transcribing paper results. So I would perhaps suggest that you get a briefing for these really important questions.
Well, that would be great if we had
comments from other ad hoc members.
Right, if we
But
didn't
there's only
have
so
this
much
item
time
on
in
the
these
same
board
day,
meetings.
that would be great, and then actually follow up with staff member and ask these questions, because I love asking questions ahead of time, and I love being prepared for a meeting. But if I'm getting an item on the very same day, how is that fair to my workload and my workday? It just isn't. So then I get to ask the questions on the dais. And when I see that there is a methodology missing for surveys, you're saying on an annual basis, there's only been 2 surveys, 2022 and 2024, there's a year missing. So
I said roughly on an annual
right.
basis is
So
is the
then
intention.
either we need to figure, you need to let us know what that methodology actually is. It can't be roughly. It can't be on an average. Either we have a methodology or we don't. And right now, I'm seeing we don't. We don't. And I can get a briefing offline, but you've all created this issue because you put it on the agenda today.
So I'd like to apologize because clearly I should have appointed you to the ad hoc.
Well,
and I think that would
obviously.
have addressed a lot of this. But Sam, do you want to speak briefly to some of these questions and just the methodology and the intention?
Absolutely. Sam Sargent, I serve as the Director of Strategy and Transformation. Director Arenas, I do, as the chair mentioned, we've had the ad hoc committee meeting every other month, and so we're about to poll for the next meeting, and we've gotten updates that are a little bit more into the how of the next survey. And so I would be happy to either schedule a briefing or once we have the next ad hoc meeting, bring this back so that we can dive a little bit more deeper into what we're going to do on the 3rd survey, because the plan had been to do them in even years and then present in the spring of odd years. And one other thing that I'll just mention really quickly, and I know it's not going to solve all things, but we do now have, Gretchen, introduce yourself, the Office of Change Management. And one of the things that we do is administer, call it sort of this employee-led culture and climate program, including the work streams. And I think one thing that we're now able to do staffing-wise is to take what we see in things like the survey and come up with solutions. And we also now have a greater opportunity. We have Angelina Silva working for us, who was previously with ATU and has worked in a number of frontline capacities so that we can get out to the yards more. And I think there's also an opportunity, and I would love to hear more feedback from you, Director Arenas, and other members of the board, to do more spot surveys so that between these large surveys, we could try to dive in deeper and say, if what we heard in the fall of this even year was not great, and we want to see whether or not we've moved the needle with some type of solution, maybe that would be a good opportunity for that. So we are trying to listen more. We're trying to get out there more. We're not yet perfect, of course, but I'd be happy to bring more information back to the board, to you or your staff directly.
Thank you. The other item that I'd like to ask about is how are some of the efforts that are being rendered because of this survey and because of what you're learning are actually getting built into the budget. So how are we supporting your efforts or the efforts in this transformation program? What does that actually mean? And I don't see anything in terms of the budget.
So right now, since this is, the Office of Change Management is within the General Manager's office and is new, it's something that if we were to build out a standalone budget for it would be in the next biennial. I think that some of the things that we've heard are thankfully included in some budgeted projects, including the $25 million in yard improvements, for example. I can't speak for the work of our safety and security program, but I'm certain that there are elements of their current budget that would address some of these issues, but we could get into more detail on that maybe at a future presentation. And then obviously as we begin the next biennial budget cycle, I think this is the type of input that should be, if we're going to be outcome focused, this is the type of thing that should help drive some of those budget decisions.
I appreciate the response. My feedback still stands. I'd like to see what those work streams, Jim Lawson and Miss Bailey haven't worked here, I think, for years, a couple of years. So I'm not sure why their names would still be on those work streams, except that they haven't been replaced, or this is not the most recent information. Also, I'd like to see feedback in person or online from some of those members who are in the, what is it called, the AB, from all the union reps. I think that's another fair stakeholder to have co-presenting with you. Instead of hearing from you about what the feedback that they're giving you, I'd like to see their participation in the next presentation. And I have more comments, but at this point, I think I would ask you, as a way to respect our time and my feedback, I'll speak for myself, is to not include something on the same day. You wouldn't want something on the same day. Neither do I.
Understood.
Not something as important as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Arenas. I do want to add a few things. I appreciate your comments. Actually, I think it's a blessing that the board is taking such a passionate interest in this, and I really appreciate your attention to the matter for culture and climate. I'm very glad to see this. And I welcome you to challenge us and make us do better, because that's what we're trying to do. So thank you. I am a representative on SB 129, so I do want to mention that I am here. I'm not speaking on behalf of the whole SB 129 committee, but I have been heavily involved in the survey and in the work streams. And so I try to do what I can to contribute. Regarding the comment related to kind of connecting through lines, we really wanted to ensure that people could speak up freely. And so we were very intentional about making it anonymous and not having a way to track it back to certain people. We can drill down on demographics like location and bargaining unit, but we didn't want to make it too granular, like where we could figure out like, oh, well, this person works in maintenance at Cerrone. They must be a mechanic in O&R. We didn't want to get that level of detail, because we really wanted the workforce to speak up and tell us what they really thought with no filter. And we did get some of that in the open response questions. So I too would love to figure out a way that we can, kind of track granularity, but we'll have to do it maybe based on yard and union affiliation is probably the best we can do. I mean, there's ethnicity and age brackets and stuff. There's other demographics we can follow, but we'll try to do the best we can with the information we have.
All of that information would have been great in this presentation, and I just want you to characterize my response accurately. It's not passionately. I'm very interested and invested in the workforce and then in this culture and climate initiative. And so I don't know that if I wasn't a woman, would you characterize me as passionate? And so I'm committed to the work and committed to asking questions and receiving the right information. So thank you.
I apologize if my wording was incorrectly perceived, but I appreciate the investment in the Culture and Climate Change Initiative. The other items, as we were talking, it came to my mind, there were a number of things in terms of budget. There is a limited amount of budget remaining in the SB 129 grant program that is allocated for Culture and Climate Change Initiative. Of the things that were brought forward in the first survey and kind of reiterated in the second survey related to safety and security, there have been a number of investments made by the SB 129 grant program. I won't go into the specifics, but they were previously brought to the board for approval for contracts for specific safety and security technology implementations, as well as site hardening. So That's information that we took from the surveys, hearing people concerned about their safety and security on campus and in other locations. And we've actually implemented contracts to try and deliver those technological advancements to help improve security. So we are working toward that goal. Obviously, there's a ways to go.
Great, thank you so much. And I do, again, I appreciate the service from my fellow committee members. Anything else from the ad hoc members? Anyone else? Director Sell?
Looking at most of the questions, comparing the first to the 2024, they are moving in a positive direction. So I think that is good. And but the safety is moving in the opposite direction. So on the bright side, it allows you the bandwidth to zoom in on that area. So I think that's the bright side of that. I also think that it would be good to zoom in on that because it was mentioned that the content of this was 1 month prior to launch of the survey, experienced a tragic workplace shooting. So you want to see like how that might have impacted this. So as you know, focused on the safety, would it be able to pull out, was it related to the shooting? And as mentioned, like what area of safety is it? And zoom in on that, which is great. And then the last thing is, when I just talk to random students who, in my constituency, ride the bus a lot at Sunnyvale, they mention sometimes their safety, they're scared about safety. So if you're making the staff feel safe, then maybe you're also investing in making our riders safety. So it's just, thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for starting this and having this discussion and listening to our feedback and all the work that has been invested in this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Abakoga?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the members here for the presentation. I'm on the ad hoc committee, so this was not new to me, and I just want to really say thank you because it's quite an effort to try to reach, over 2,000 employees, and it's done by our employees on their free time or extra time. And so to do that, on top of their regular job is really quite, to me, really admirable. And so, I'm very grateful for all of your dedication. I just really have been impressed by our employees when we have our meetings and the dedication that they're showing in this process. And, it's been a rough few years, and I think the survey, just getting the survey, getting enough people to answer the survey, itself has been a big effort. So definitely there's a lot more work to be done. In terms of improvements, one of my suggestions at the last meeting was that we should look at creating a budget line item for these changes or improvements that we want to make. I always tie the fact that we are a service organization, we have to rely on our employees to provide the best service. So we need to take care of employees so that they can do that. And so as we, I know we have a measure on the ballot coming up, but as we look at that in an expenditure plan, that's how I would justify it to the public, is that we want to give you the best service. And a big part of that is making sure that our employees are happy and feel safe. And yes, I think we have to delve into this. I'm not certain, percentage to understand what that means more. But I do think that we need to make an honest commitment to this work, and that's what I would be prepared to do. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Other board members? Director Sorry, I'm not able to see your light, so I'm hard to see over here.
Yeah,
Director
I mean,
Candelas, did you have something?
I don't want to elongate the conversation unnecessarily. I will say, participating in these ad hoc meetings, one thing that I put into perspective is, we are a big organization, and it takes time to move the ship, if you will. And as much as we, I quite frankly, Director Arenas, I appreciate your commitment to trying to make sure that our employees are seeing that we as leaders, as leadership of the organization, care. And part of the ad hoc committee is trying to figure out how we can, it's a little atypical if you think of an organization. A lot of our somebody mentioned, having like a security guard to go walk around, and we have a lot of folks who are out in the field. It's not your typical office where you go to City Hall or you go to your agency. You walk in, you close the door, and you stay in your cubicle all day long. A lot of our folks are actually out there in the field, on the bus, on the maintenance yards, out in the open, and it's not as easy as something that one would think. Oh, it's why don't we just secure the building? And I appreciate the opportunity to see how we can change culture, but I hope we all understand one of the biggest ways that we can make sure that our employees feel supported and heard, and just for perspective, is making sure that they feel like they're compensated well enough. And so I'll just put that out there. And it's something that I've talked to a few of our colleagues on, and not that we're not, but that's another way, an opportunity for us to help shift the culture and help with the whole thing that we're all trying to get to, is having happier employees, healthier employees, and a better atmosphere for everybody. So I appreciate the work of the committee, Sam. Sorry, Mark, I can't really see you down there. I'm not very tall, but again, keep up the work, and we're all staying apprised. And I think part of the reason we're even having this conversation is because us in the ad hoc said, well, maybe we should talk to the board and bring it to the board. And the note about same-day materials noted, and it is something that I know I heard. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Well said. And I also just want to express my appreciation for the work of everyone up here, but also everyone who participates in the work streams. Every employee does it because they're deeply passionate about this organization, making it a better place. So that does not go unnoticed or unappreciated, but it is a lot of work to get us to this point. And when I first stepped on as chair, one of my first comments was that nothing that we do as an agency will be successful without creating the positive employee culture that we want to see to make this the best place to work. So well said, Mark. I think what you're speaking to was just the deep level of engagement from this entire board, which is so key to see. And I really do appreciate all my colleagues for their thoughtful feedback. And I just want to appreciate the fact that we're having this level of engagement and discussion. I don't want to take that for granted as something that would have always been the case. So really appreciate that. Thank you for your work. Any words to wrap up? If not, this is an informational item, so no actions required, but I'll give it back to you.
Sergio, can I add one more thing?
Please.
I was a bus operator for 21 years. I was also on maintenance for 3. So the difference between the first survey and this survey is that we captured a lot of frontline staff's voices on this one. So that's where the differences of percentages come from. We did do, again, the relaunch and the recruitment, which I've been able to get 30 frontline staff from all yard locations to want to be a part of this program. So their voices are going to be heard this time around. We are going to get those perspectives that we didn't get in the first time. And that's where a lot of this work and kind of deep dive into some of the issues that came up is where we're going to get that from, is from this frontline staff that are now wanting to be a part of this. It wasn't an easy job to do with a lot of distrust, but when they have somebody in this office that have been in their shoes for so many years, I'm here to understand them, to hear them, and I am going to be working directly with them to make sure that we work on a lot of the issues that they face on a daily basis out there on the road and at every yard location. So, thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you all. Great.
Sir, I just wanted to also say thank you for the attention of the ad hoc, the fact that we have an ad hoc committee to give this due attention that it deserves, and also thank you for the formation of the Office of Change Management to give us additional resources to help support the project. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Great. So we'll go on to 8.2. This is our next informational item, and this is Super Bowl 60 ridership of financial information update and FIFA operational readiness. So we will give our team some time to transition.
We ready?
Yeah,
All right.
great.
All right.
So go ahead and kick us off. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Chair Lopez and respected Board of Directors. Today we are over here to provide you a final recap of Super Bowl 60 and our preparations for FIFA. I'm Larry Bajwa. I'm the Operations Project Manager for Special Events. And joining me today are Kathleen Connolly. She's my co-project manager and also Emergency Preparedness Manager. And Dino Guerra, who is leading our marketing, wayfinding, fair, you name it, all those efforts. So,
Larry.
all right, we'll start off with a quick recap of Super Bowl 60 by the numbers and what it meant for VTA. We picked up approximately 31,000 passengers, which was a record in itself. We have never picked up that many passengers for a single event. And also for post-event, we moved approximately 15,000 people within 90 minutes of the end of game, which is another record in itself. Our train deployment numbers were, we saw increase of 287% compared to a regular Sunday. What that means is on a regular Sunday, we deploy about 20 trains. For a Super Bowl Sunday, we deployed around 89. And for coaches, it was an increase of 49%. And I want to point out that this was not possible without our partnerships with all our labor unions, ATU, AFSCME, SEIU, and TAEA. They really stepped up to the plate. And also the guidance from our executive leadership, Nani, Greg, and Carolyn as well. So it was a team effort. Talking about token transit, I want to highlight that this was the brainchild and initiative of Dino. And this was such a successful program that approximately 72% of our total fare box revenue, which is 35,000 of the total 50,000 that we got, came from token transit. We also collaborated with Caltrain for token transit, which was a great partnership. And we are looking forward to do the same for FIFA. Also, I want to highlight the efforts of our real estate and advertising team. We have Luis, Krista, and Angelica over here. It was because of their efforts that we saw an increase in 168% for advertising revenue and a 293% increase in the parking revenue. This next slide provides a quick overview of our fiscal summary. If you look at the cost summary, The big ticket items are operations and security. That's where majority of the cost is. And for revenue, we gained approximately 1.2 million, where the big ticket item is the advertising sales of approximately $1 million, and another $185,000 from Levi's Stadium augmented service contract that we have with the 49ers. I'll pass it on to Kathleen.
Thank you and good evening. We very decidedly went into the Super Bowl looking at as an opportunity, as a template. We even refer to it jokingly sometimes as our dress rehearsal as we prepare for FIFA, where we have the 6 matches in the month of June. And with that in mind, we had set up our event action plan as well as our EOC team, and had shifts and schedules to really use that as a training ground for the more demanding schedule that lies ahead. In some of that work, we have already anticipated that our ambassador program needs additional support and training because we're looking at a very different global population, where it was more of a corporate America, local, regional, many people that attended the Super Bowl were familiar with the Bay Area, if not Levi 49ers fans. So now we're looking at a multilingual, multicultural customers coming to and needing additional assistance in the wayfinding. We're looking at the month of June, where we have had historic heat waves, so heat, hydration. The late night schedules will certainly need attention, fiscal support to ensure our health and safety of all of our teams that are in the field and those that will be supporting. The EOC team will be supported by our Tetra Tech, that is our emergency preparedness consultants that have been on board with us for a couple of years, and they have provided outstanding training and support for us as we move in this direction. They'll be providing on-campus an incident management team, and which will help to reduce the burden of the 6 matches in addition to regular duty. So our EOC team members are professionals with full-time jobs that are taking on these additional duties for these matches. We also continue to look at efficiency around post-game egress as a high priority, and of course with the late night, that has been quite a bit of conversation with our regional partners and our transit partners. The FIFA World Cup impacts will extend beyond our match days. These are not singular day, 6-hour events with people coming into the area, but we'll be seeing influx at the beginning, second week certainly of June, and the days in between the matches. We have teams and fans and customers coming in, as well as those that are leaving, so a tremendous amount of migration.
That's yours.
Yep, there we go. For our preparedness and our security, what we've done is our pivot, and we've taken a look at the lessons that we learned from the Super Bowl to apply to FIFA World Cup preparedness, at the same time knowing this is not an apples-to-apples exercise. So with that in mind, immediately after Super Bowl, we conducted what we call a hot wash, and we conducted feedback, we collected feedback as far as what went well and areas that we need improvement. We expanded that into a more formal debriefing with additional VTA staff. We've also conducted a VTA-wide survey and collected that information. With that, we've also been connecting with our MTC, our regional partners, so that even this week, we had emergency managers from all the different transit agencies working together to talk about our schedules, talk about our communications, and talk about our coordination. We're revising our event action plan and our playbook that have the details. It really drill down into everything from points of contact, telephone numbers, schedules, and routes for the events coming up. So our EOC, we have pivoted. We're having a new cadence. Instead of two shifts back to back, we're having a single shift will be extended hours, and that is to reduce some of the turnover and the additional staff that is needed. So we're going into this in more of a marathon, but also a leaner approach to that staffing cadence. And that's also looking ahead. We had put into our contract to have this incident management team, knowing that this would be additional stress on our staff. Our Security and Law Enforcement Transit Policing Subcommittee has been meeting. That has also been led by our sheriff's captain, who is our liaison with VTA. And VTA has been front and center with that coordination. So that has been refocused to the FIFA World Cup. In addition to the work that we've been doing internally over the past over 2 years with our Special Events Committee, we have very strong relationships with the City of Santa Clara EOC, City of San Jose EOC. The county EOC has been coordinating all of the different emergency operations centers, as well as regionally with our transit partners, BART, Caltrain, SamTrain, and Amtrak. I'll move on to you. Or it's back to Larry?
Back to Larry.
Thank
All
you.
right. So this slide shows you on the left-hand side are some of the events that are coming to South Bay. On the right-hand side, it's the match schedule. We start off with there's an opening match, not over here, but on June 11th, there's a watch party at East Ridge. And this is for the Mexico and South Africa game, so that'll be interesting to see how it's going to play out. Also, I want to highlight that there are a total of 104 watch parties scheduled at the San Pedro Square, so a lot on our plate. The ones in the red are some additional events that are happening on game days itself. On June 13th, we have a graduation at the Santa Clara University, which is scheduled to bring in approximately 10,000 parents, and it's scheduled at around 2 p.m. Our game time on June 13th is noon, so it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out. Also on June 19th, not only it's Juneteenth, but also there is a concert at the SAP Center, the Shakira concert, and we do have a game at 8 p.m. on June 19th as well. It's a 9 p.m. game, I'm sorry. Another thing I want to point out is it shows the fan march in bold red up there. This is going to be something new for us. Each and every team will be participating in a parade from a pre-decided location, and it could have spectators ranging in from approximately 4,000 to 10,000, and they'll march from that location to the stadium itself. And it could have stuff like mobile DJs, open roof buses, pyrotechnics. We don't know what they're going to bring with them. And so a lot of unknown in that. And also for the stadium fan experience, at the conclusion of each and every game, so let's say a game that starts at 9 p.m., it's scheduled to end at 11 p.m., there's a stadium fan experience that'll continue for an additional 2 hours following the game. And we want to make sure that we do, so this game, the fan experience will end at 1 a.m. in the morning. So we want to make sure that there is enough communications and messaging to everybody who's engaged in the fan experience to make sure they are able to catch their last train. For those late night events, what we are promising FIFA is that our last train will leave 2 hours after the end of the event. So we want to make sure that everybody is at the stations, Great America or Lick Mill, by the end time. Once again, like we did for Super Bowl, our trains, at least for until 4 hours of kickoff, won't be allowed to operate past the stadium. So that imposes a lot of restrictions and operational impacts on us. Some of those restrictions are that we'll be doing single tracking. Our frequency of service will be 20 minutes. And as you can see, this cluttered screen over here, these are the number of operation plans or transitions we'll be doing on match day. We'll start with the regular service to moving into pre-event, into mid-event, and then the post-event. And this is a quick overview of what our pre-event service will look like. It is pretty similar to what we did for Super Bowl. The only difference is the operational change we have made is that it'll be the blue line that'll continue onto the Levi Stadium up to Lick Mill Station, and the green line train will short turn or it'll turn around in the mall area. And there are a couple of reasons for it. The first reason being that we have a high volume park and ride lots on the Guadalupe corridor. And we are expecting a lot of people to park over there and ride transit. And the second reason is that our Blue Line stations have the ability to handle 3-car trains, whereas all the stations between Winchester and Daredon can only handle 2-car trains because of the platform lengths. So in order to maximize our fleet utilization, we are sticking to this plan. We are expected to pick up approximately 14,000 plus passengers during pre-event. And then we'll move into our mid-event operations. That's our staging after they go through a security screening. Our post-event egress will be very similar to what we did for Super Bowl. We'll deploy 29 extra service trains. Great America Station will serve for all the trains that are going towards Mountain View Caltrain. Lick Mill westbound will route trains towards Milpitas BART and to Alum Rock. And Lick Mill eastbound for all the trains towards San Jose Downtown and Santa Teresa. All the transfers to the Green Line will be made at Convention Center Station. We have done a lot of efforts in terms of wayfinding, and Dino is going to go into more details as to what we're doing for wayfinding. Some operating areas of concern. Of course, maintaining core service on each game day. That's a big challenge. We want to make sure that we service the residents of Santa Clara County while still ensuring that we are able to move these high numbers of people who are coming in to watch the games. Ability for a quick turnaround after late night games. We are regulated by CPUC and FRA that our light rail operators and safety sensitive staff have at least 10 hours off between shifts. So if a game is ending at 1 a.m., the operator who got into the yard at 1:30 is not going to be able to return to work till 10:30. So it'll have an impact on our staffing, but we are working with our service planning department to make sure those issues are addressed. Of course, the potential for crowd control impacts remains high, and it is unpredictable based on the initial security assessments. Some other impacts as a result of pedestrian and vehicular traffic, a light rail and bus we'll see a lot of pedestrian traffic on San Carlos near the convention center. Both the team hotels will be, one is the Hilton and the other one is the Marriott. So they are adjacent to one another. So we can expect a lot of fans trying to take a glimpse of the teams who are over there. Also, a lot of pedestrian traffic in the downtown San Jose area on First Street between San Fernando and Santa Clara. San Pedro Square with 104 watch parties, we can expect it to be a continuous mecca for all the football fans, soccer fans, I should say. With the fan marches, so it's just a very premature intel that, let's say for one of the teams, if Champion Station is one of the locations where they're going to get together and go to the stadium, that is our bus bridge route on Tasman. So that'll impact our bus bridge routing. We do have redundant routings in place, but it is something to watch for. Also trying to bring all these fans at the same time to the same location, it does limit our light rail capacity. So we will have contingency buses in place at a lot of the key locations and deploy those buses if needed, but it will impact our light rail capacity. And this is a quick overview of our bus service plan. We will add buses to our regular service routes around the area. For pre-event, we'll stage buses at Mountain View, Milpitas, downtown area. And for post-event, those same buses will be reallocated to Lick Mill and to the Old Ironside stations in case they are needed for post-event service. And I'll pass it on to my friend Dino over here.
Is this on? Yeah, thank you. So our website is the primary information for information for everyone coming into the Bay Area. It is mobile first and it is responsive. What that means is if someone with a device that has a different language on their phone, our website will automatically translate that website information into the language, into the preferred language. So that's kind of critical for us as well. What is not pictured is Transit app. Transit app is also on standby. Transit app is our main app for trip planning. It is also, you could translate Transit app into the 5 romance-based languages. Also includes German as well as Dutch. So those 2 things are the primary information for our FIFA passengers. Swag, to the chagrin of the CFO marketing, we always like to buy stuff and give stuff away. So all our employees will get jerseys, scarves, and socks. So this is an example of what our jersey would look like. Nice VTA colors. And on the back, people will be able to customize it according to the division that they are in. So it's North, Saroni, Shaboya, as well as Guadalupe. We will not have River Oaks because we are transitioning to Almaden, so we will have Almaden. People have the option to have a VTA generic one as well. So this will be pretty cool. That's what we have. I was going to wear it, but kind of too tight on me. So aside from the jerseys, we will have socks as well as the scarves. The scarves are kind of the traditional soccer scarves that you see, so we will have that as well for all employees. We hope to have that received and distributed to employees by the 1st or 2nd week of June before the first game. FYI, we did shoot a commercial, which is on the left side. So we did shoot at the youth soccer field at Santa Clara in the shadow of Levi Stadium. The idea of the commercial is that we have these kids mascot or kids, escorts, kind of escorting our VTA folks to serve a VTA to the game. So that's the kind of idea. So we have our VTA employees as well as their kids in the commercial. So that's a small reveal, and we hope to have the commercial done in the next 2 or 3 weeks, right before FIFA. It'll be shown on Univision and Telemundo, as well as their suite of apps as well. So a lot of folks in North America will see our advertisement. Same template as before. So same as in Super Bowl, we are doing FIFA station activations as well. These are all FIFA, so these are primarily FIFA designs. So we are still waiting for their approval, but once we're approved, they will install everything from windscreens to street flags to wayfinding. I want to point out the wayfinding is kind of different. The wayfinding, like we did with Super Bowl, it's all Super Bowl branded, but for this time, we worked with both BART, SFMTA, and Caltrain to create this generic wayfinding image. So all our sister transit agencies will have this specific image on the right in bus shelters as well as light rail stations. So this will be generic enough for everyone in Santa Clara County and beyond. Will see the same wayfinding decal, wayfinding imagery for everyone. You've seen this all before. These are, again, our street banners. We will have street banners on First Street as well as flags in major transit centers and major connection centers in Santa Clara County going to Levi Stadium. And that is the design of our train. So we will have a train wrap as well as a bus wrap. Again, it's all pending, so we're just waiting for FIFA to approve the design so that we could print and install. Lastly, so we are still doing SJ26 partnership. So Larry had mentioned there are a lot of watch parties. One thing that we are activating is on Transit app. So Transit app will actually allow us to include 5 to 10 points of interest in Santa Clara County. So everyone who wants to kind of go to a watch party, you will see that point of interest available on Transit app that includes all the transit information on the app itself. So if a person is interested in going to Eastridge, they could press on that point of interest. It'll go to the date of the event, the direction, the address of the event, as well as the available transit that's available to get to Eastridge. So that's kind of a key thing that we have for Transit app. Really awesome feature. And then lastly, the fare. Fare is the same as Super Bowl, but the key thing is a couple of things. So we're expanding our, for Super Bowl, we did a 1-day and 3-day pass as well as a Caltrain VTA pass. We're doing the same thing. But in this case, we're adding a potential 5-day option as well as a 7-day option, thinking that people are staying here longer because the games are stretched out within a number of weeks. In addition, to improve the customer experience, what we are trying to do for all our ticket vending machines on game days only is to just have one fare available. So they just press a FIFA fare, and that's what they do. You don't have the option to pay for a single ride or a day pass, but we'll just have one straight FIFA fare. So it's one button, press the button, press the quantities that you want, and then boom, you could purchase a fare that way. Hopefully, it just eases the transition people buying fare. In addition to that, we have transit app as well as token transit as well. And that ends my part. Larry, back to you.
All right, yeah, to finish it off, these are some of the items that'll have a general fiscal impact for costs, of course, operations, customer service ambassadors, safety and security costs, and employee support like swag, food, and any associated trainings. Some of our funding sources, fares, advertising, parking. There is a $8.8 million grant that is sitting with MTC right now, and we are hoping we get 70% of that grant. Also, there is a $51 million FEMA grant that is with the Bay Area Host Committee right now, and we had submitted an application for approximately $10.9 million. However, we haven't heard any award notices from the Bay Area Host Committee yet. That concludes our presentation, and
Thanks so much. Thank you for all the work and for the presentation. Before we go to board comments and discussion, do we have any public comment for this item? Oh, I see we have an in-speaker person card from Jordan Moldow, and then we'll go to online.
Thank you, Jordan Moldow, City of San Jose. Thank you for the presentation. This fixes one of the biggest issues that I noticed during the Super Bowl, which is that the mid-event map wasn't published online and people didn't really know about it. I didn't even know about it. So thank you. Make sure that the mid-event map gets published. There were a decent number of people who seemed to be coming from BART at Milpitas. It'd be great if we could consider a joint pass with BART and not just with Caltrain. Another big thing that I saw during Super Bowl was people on the orange line. Again, this was mid-event, trying to get to the stadium, even though the game had already started, but maybe they were going to parties or whatever, and they assumed the orange line was going to take them to the station, and then it turned into the blue line. So, having very clear announcements when orange switches to blue, maybe stopping at the platform for longer than usual. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have no one online. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
There's a public comment online. Adina Levin, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Hello. Good evening, board members. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. Wanted to echo the previous comment where I think it is good that the VTA is innovating with the token transit app, but also it will be better, particularly since there are going to be events all around the region, to be having an app that works with the multiple agencies, for example, BART, like the previous speaker mentioned. Also,
Adina, we lost you. Are you still there?
Yeah, she's unmuted. We just lost her.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think we'll probably have to move on.
Okay, we'll have to move on. We might be able to circle back at the end.
Okay.
Those are all the comments.
Thank you. Yeah, and commenters can feel free to send in written comments as well that we'll receive. I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments, and I'll start with Director Mulcahy. Got your name right that time.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you. I was a writer that Sunday. I think Nani and Greg and Carolyn were there at the platform to greet everybody, which was cool. I used Transit Token. It was a great experience to be on light rail with people from all over the place, all over the country who, it was sort of second nature for them to be using transit. And I think, it's also an expression, as you're talking about the interaction you've had with the other cities, with the other agencies. Some of the things we've been talking about in San Jose is how proud and important it's been to see all the cross-departmental cooperation, alliances, and, and I think we've got to motivate ourselves to learn from this experience. Yes, it's not every year we're going to have Sports-Ageddon like we've had, but there's always, you put out a list of all those things that are happening at SAP or they're happening at Levi's on the same day. While not to the same degree, it does happen every year, all year. And we have to learn that there's opportunities to capture revenue in that case. We were sort of, interested in seeing those numbers about parking revenue. I don't think we think about parking revenue relative to the work here. But, how do we encourage, we have way too many people still going to SAP in a car, and we have a really convenient way to get people there and back. So how can we work together with our city partners that we're already doing now to make sure that we're communicating with that constituency group to find ways to capture them on game day, concert day, whatever. So I guess my encouragement is we've more than exercised this muscle. We're doing it all year long. We've got to remember how to do it in future years because there is revenue out there for us. There are riders out there for us. And if we learn from how we've done it this year, as confusing and chaotic as your life, as you've described that list of things, I can't even imagine what's keeping you up at night. But we got to figure out a way to try to capture that moving forward. So thanks for all your good work and for being good partners of our sister cities around here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Director Foley and then Director Jane.
Thank you for the presentation. The information about the Super Bowl was fabulous. I've heard it before at SSTPO. Thank you. And for the NCAA as well. I'm looking, well, FIFA will be a whole other animal, I understand. And I have some concerns actually about pedestrian traffic around the hotels, where the host hotels, where the teams will be as it relates to our light rail system and other. Can you tell me how we're working with the cities to protect the pedestrians and protect the system?
So there is a pretty good possibility that especially San Carlos will be shut down to vehicular traffic. We haven't received the street closure notices yet, but that is a good possibility. Also, another thing we are doing in relation to light rail is that we do intend to put fencing on both sides of the trackway along San Carlos in the downtown area and along the stadium area to make sure that there is no pedestrians who are crossing across the tracks in those high pedestrian areas.
Okay, and that's great. I wasn't aware about the closing of San Carlos. That makes sense. I know we've done that in other areas during other activities in the downtown core. So it's important that we keep our pedestrians safe and also that the drivers are not fearful of what pedestrians may be coming at them from the streets. So thank you for that. I'm sure we'll have another presentation at SSTPO in a week or so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Director Jane?
Yeah, thank you. This is really a Herculean effort, and, you know, you've planned incredibly well. I'm sure that you learned a lot from Super Bowl. My experience, I didn't attend, but I rode my bike over there, and everything seemed to be running very smoothly. I did have a question. You had 31,000 ridership, but your revenue was only 50,000. So was there a lot of fare evasion? How do you only get like $1.50 per rider?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can explain that.
My guess is that, I think when the platforms are very crowded, we're not getting everybody tapping on the way back, either at the end of the game, coming back in. People are not tapping. If they're tapping, some people actually do have a pass, like a Clipper, like a smart pass.
We had the day pass, the Clipper card, as well as a credit card. So those are the three primary.
But if they have a smart pass, we wouldn't know.
If they have a smart pass.
If they have a smart pass
we
from
would not
anything
know.
else, we wouldn't be able to get that as a fare
Yes.
for this system. So if they have a smart pass for any reason in the county, we wouldn't be able to catch that. The other is that it was difficult on crowded platforms to get them tapping to come back when it's really crowded, or people running to catch the train. The one thing is that every system is different in the country too. Some places you tap to get when you're on the train. So if someone jumped and thought they were going to tap on the train, they can't tap on the train, so they've missed their ability to tap to pay for their fare. And so those are things that we have to actually be able to describe really close when they come out, and that's one of the things I know Director Albuquerque has been talking about, is how do you get them to really understand, tap as soon as you get on the platform, and have the ability to know to tap. And we're trying to make it as clear as possible, but if the platforms are crowded, it's difficult to tap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other Director Sell, please.
I was just wondering, are the cities tend to have like newsletters that go out to a large, their constituents? Are cities cooperative in, announcing like a little blurb in their newsletter, a little information about FIFA coming up and where you could go in the website? Is that any thought, like working with the cities to help the cities help us announce this in their social media or in their newsletter? Is that any thought to that? Or
Yeah, generally
capacity?
the information we provide, we would work with the board office, actually. So we will have that information via link, and if that board office will send it to all city staff members who we have, absolutely we could do that. A lot of city staff are actually part of our email lists for our Take One news article, as well as our events page. So every time we have that kind of information, it is also automatically sent to them as well. But we could absolutely tag through a social media campaign in the city of Santa Clara, city of Mountain View, or any city that would participate, but absolutely.
Okay, so that I could go to like a Sunnyvale website and our social media, and the social media would point you back to the VTA resources for FIFA.
There is usually a reciprocity for us. So we will have, let's say, information about city-sponsored events. In addition to that, we will have information about our partner agencies as well. So our website is really, really robust. So we have a lot of information. And simply because of that reciprocity, so we like seeing that, we like co-sharing information because it just amplifies that message really well.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that work.
In addition to that, if I can add, we have a joint information system throughout the county, so that is a sharing during the events of communication between the PIOs, between the cities, between VTA and the county. So there's a really robust team there that interact throughout each of the events.
Okay, thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Great. If not, thank you so much for the work, and of course not just the presentation, but everything you're doing to get us ready. But I feel much more confident as we're receiving the information that we'll be able to get there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 8.3, and this is local investment plan for Santa Clara County. I'll wait for our speakers to get up. I'll just note that this is the item that was scheduled for April 17th, and we deferred this as the second of our two main items that day. We will hear from Sam Sargent, Director of Strategy and Transformation, and Scott Haywood, Chief of Staff.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, members of the board. We have a presentation for you tonight to give you an update on the work we are doing with the regional investment plan. A lot of this presentation you'll see tonight might seem familiar because you've seen these in your own jurisdictions as recently as last week or even earlier this week. But Sam will be giving the presentation tonight, so with that, I'll turn it over to Sam.
All right. Thank you very much, Scott. Sam Sargent, and I serve as the Director of Strategy and Transformation here at VTA. I have been working very closely. We have been working very closely for a number of months now between myself and Scott Haywood and Beverly Green and her government affairs team, Patrice Smith, members of our planning team. Pretty much everyone that you saw during the workshops as well have really been hard at work, both thinking through what could be done with a new source of revenue focused on transit operations, transit capital, and on roadway repaving in Santa Clara County, and how do we make sure that we're remaining outcome focused, which you'll recall was one of the focuses of the workshop. So next slide. And this is really a recap, principally for any members of the public who might be watching who are not yet familiar with the what and the how, and we'll get into some of the why maybe, of the 5-county regional measures. So SB 63 was the legislation from the last legislative session that set this regional measure in motion. And on August 7th, this board voted unanimously to join the sales tax measure. You'll recall that it's a 1/2 cent rate, 14-year term, which is shorter than our other Measure A and Measure B sales tax measures. 5 1/4 cents going back to MTC, both for administration, 0.25%, but also 5% for the Transit Transformation Action Plan. For those of you on the dais who are our joint MTC and VTA board members, a lot of this would be focused on things like regional network management, the regional mapping and wayfinding work, and just other multi-agency, regional, cross-jurisdictional projects that VTA has long been supportive of. 10.38% of the total is our estimate for our obligation to Caltrain. So as many of you know, what had originally set this measure in motion was the needs of some of our agencies to the north, BART, Muni, AC Transit, and also Caltrain, which we are a member. This would be our contribution to make sure that they can continue moving forward. As you well know and probably have experienced, their ridership continues to grow. They've got a great product out there, but they're looking at some challenging operating deficits in the near future. After those obligations to the region, we would still be looking at about $264 million annually to Santa Clara County. That is 94.75% return to source, which is a point of pride, I would say, because it was negotiated over the course of the legislative session. I think it's something we should all be proud of, and that's an FY31 estimate. This is a citizens initiative, so there are folks out there who are not from VTA collecting signatures, and that would mean if it is certified and put onto the ballot, this would be 50% plus 1, not 2/3. A reminder of what this money could be used for. So under the enabling legislation, this can be used for public transit expenses and roadway repavement projects on roads served by fixed route transit. And so this is, I think, fairly clear. So transit operations, transit-related capital, and of course roadways, so long as it has a VTA bus or light rail train on it. This is a little bit more narrow than the board and this county's experience with things like Measures A and Measures B, where you had project types including express lanes, highways, maybe standalone bike ped project. This is very transit focused. And as we walk through with you repeatedly, and we appreciate your attention, your input throughout the workshops, We are focused on outcomes, and this would mean that we are focused on outcomes if we're talking about this measure, and we'll likely be talking about the same as we move into, for example, the next biennial budget process. We want to make sure that the money we spend here in Santa Clara County goes towards things like our primary outcomes, growing ridership, increasing productivity, which really gets to improving our efficiency, and enhancing the customer experience, including safety, security, and cleanliness, which we know from feedback, we know from best practice, is one of the best possible ways that we can both dignify the trips of our customers today and get more folks on board in the future. And making sure that we do all of the above in a way that's financially sustainable, because we don't know if we're going to be renewing a 14-year measure. We want to make sure we can do this within the bounds of the 14 years, but that we can also continue doing this generally. You've likely seen this presentation, as Scott alluded to, because we've come to your cities and we've come to the Board of Supervisors, and you can see here where all we've been. We are at the city of Campbell this week. We still have to get ourselves to Gilroy and to Montessoreno, and we are in conversations with city staff and city leadership at some of the communities that you don't see up here, because we do want to make sure that we've heard from Cupertino, Morgan Hill, Milpitas, and Saratoga. So know that we are still getting out to those communities, and we also believe that we'll have an opportunity in the fall to come back with some educational updates. Maybe it's another good opportunity just to talk about state of VTA, what VTA is doing in your community generally. And then we've had 3 public meetings, and we also continue to engage our network here in Santa Clara County of community-based organizations, or CBOs. So here's a mix of some of the groups that we've spoken to so far. We are continuing, and many of you on the dais are participants in a multitude of community-based organizations. If you've got a network, and obviously you do, we would love to come and speak to your community. It does not matter the size, doesn't matter the time of day. We want to come out and explain what this is and hear from people. And we will be hosting a community-based organization roundtable. So for those groups that we didn't get the chance to go to one-on-one, this will be an opportunity to get everyone together in a virtual group and hear their input. So we're here with you tonight, May 7th, with this informational item. June 4th is when we are anticipating to take action on the local investment plan. But of course, as you know, there is also one more opportunity, June 26th, but June 4th is our target date. So like we focused the workshop materials, we have continued as we've gone out to the community and as we've been thinking through potential projects that would move the needle. We have grouped these into 3 strategic areas. So these foundational investments, which is how do we reinvest in the core of our transit system that will help both the customer today and hopefully invite more people into the system. Reimagine, how do we modernize the VTA business model and improve service delivery? You heard quite a bit in the workshops, and if you've been on the board for a bit, you've heard it in other settings about our visionary network. I would say in a nutshell, that is how does VTA take our 30-minute routes and bring them down to 20 or 15 minutes? How do we get rid of our hour routes and bring them down to half hour? How do we make the whole system run more frequently? Because frequency equals freedom. If you think about the best way to get folks on board and keep them on board, especially if they have a transfer, it's frequency. Span of service as well, and that's going to be a big part of that. And then transform, which is one step beyond, how do we advance the use of technologies and develop strategic partnerships, including with the private sector, to improve our customer experience. So as we've gone out and as we've spoken to our communities and as we have talked internally with our significant technical expertise and our significant and deep knowledge of our own system and where it may have opportunities and deficiencies, here are some of the projects that have risen so far to the top. And I can explain briefly a little bit on how we've received some of this information. So bus corridor improvements, sort of a foundational set of potential investments, pothole and road repair. As we've gone out to cities, we know that that's going to be very popular. That works for both motorists, but it also is good for making sure that you've got a pleasant ride on your bus and that we're reducing wear and tear on our vehicles. Also the potential for complete streets projects. So if you're thinking about a corridor, wherever it may be in our service area, if it's got a bus stop, every bus trip, every train trip, at some point somebody is either going to be in a mobility device, on a bike, on a scooter, on their feet. So you've got to be able to bridge that gap. So we have the opportunity to make the corridor more accessible for transit purposes, but it also could help folks who live in the neighborhood and just need to get to a small business or get to school, get to a library. Upgraded stop stations and vehicles, passenger amenities, including improved seating, could also include shade and shelter. Again, you think about frequency being one of those basic things to keep people on the system, to dignify the trips of folks who may not have an option. How do we make sure that they get the benefit of shade and at night light and frequency, just like somebody might if they're in a car? And then vehicle upgrades to improve comfort and safety. Safety and security, that's got to be foundational. And so we may have opportunities, should this measure advance and should it pass, to replace and expand things like CCTV. So some of the things that would be within a capital investment plan for Aston Green and our safety and security team, this could be an opportunity to do that so that we've got more data, more eyes on the system, and we make people more confident that they're going to have a positive journey. And that also includes our employees who are out in the system, as we discussed earlier. Transit service stabilization. So what's meant by this, and we can dive into this probably a little bit deeper in June and beyond, and especially as we get into the next budget season, this is making sure that with some percentage of any potential new revenue, that we are ensuring our current service levels and also making sure that we continue to maintain our operating reserves. We want to maintain the financial health of this agency. We are in a very fortunate position relative to many of our peers in the region, but we want to be careful. We want to be as conservative as we can in that regard. Moving into Reimagine. You've heard again about the visionary network, and I think that this is pretty straightforward. It's how do we operate more service? And one of the ways that we're going to be able to successfully operate more service is partnership projects like Transit Signal Priority. So you can imagine that if we were to take a 30-minute bus route that goes through downtown San Jose and turn it into a 10-minute route, but there was not enough priority, those buses might jam up. So how do we make sure that the whole system works well, both from an operating and a capital standpoint? Programs for seniors, folks with disabilities, and our student population. So this is something that we've heard loud and clear from both our CBO roundtables and certainly from a lot of the cities that we visited, including some of your city councils. How do we take what is already some very popular and successful programs that we have for students, for example, but right now we've got 20+ individual agreements with school districts and with high schools, and how do we potentially use some new revenue to make it both easier for the parents and the students and the school districts, kind of standardize a program potentially, and subsidize it further, because this is the next generation of transit customer. It also could mean that we're taking a burden off of both the student and the parent, and the same would go for making sure that we are able to think through and expand upon our services to folks with disabilities, whether they be an access customer or are somebody who is accessing the fixed route service, but also our senior population. And then customer technologies and insights. So we've talked a lot about customer experience, and you will hear a lot more about customer experience over the course of this calendar year, specifically through the CX, Customer Experience Roadmap work that's being done. Adam Berger is our PM. Aaron Weinstein, who's a very talented industry expert in CX, is helping us on the consultant side. But once we wrap up that work, and once we're thinking through post-measure and into the next biennial budget cycle, we may have an opportunity to look at a document that says, these are the things that should move the needle on customer experience, of course, but also on your ridership and potentially on your productivity, and just things that have worked both here in Santa Clara County and elsewhere around the country, like more real-time arrival information. Again, just like shade, shelter, and frequency, if you know when that bus is coming, just like you always know when the train is coming because of the screen, it changes how you experience waiting, as well as customer experience performance systems. So there are softwares out there that would allow us to do a lot more things like spot polling and have a much better understanding of who our customers are and where they're going, which could be invaluable for us. And then innovative mobility partnerships. This is something that I think could be very interesting. We talked about the future of transportation. We talked about the path to the future. How do we look at things like best ways to connect better to the San Jose airport? This is something that the city of San Jose and their staff have flagged when we received input from city council, as well as first mile, last mile connections. There's a lot of ways to try to draw people into our system, and we should be exploring and potentially seeding pilot projects to get more people in areas where it may not make sense to have a 40-foot bus go. And then advanced vehicle technologies. So light rail fleet modernization. We've got an aging fleet that's nearing the end of its useful life. It's served us very well. But at some point, it's going to have to be swapped out. And just as a proof point, everyone has seen the success that both Caltrain and BART has had with their fleet of the future, but it fundamentally changes the customer experience when you swap out those vehicles. It also changes the operator and employee experience too. Zero-emission bus transition, and then potentially some autonomous vehicle pilots where appropriate. And then major capital investments. These are both things that have long been on VTA's to-do list in terms of modernizing and advancing the system, but also some things that we've heard from our cities, including, for example, Green Line double tracking, and then station redevelopments. We've got a very successful transit-oriented communities program. We've also got our partnerships with cities like the city of Palo Alto for their station, including having our ad hoc. What more can we do in these station areas to drive ridership and potentially some economic value? And when we come back to you in June, you will see something that you have seen in our presentations, both in the workshops and to the cities, which will be something resembling a table. And that table would include both the project types, some examples of projects, the outcomes that those projects hit, because we don't want to have anything on that list that doesn't meet at least one of our 3 outcomes, and hopefully it meets all 3 if we can possibly do that, or at least 2. You'll also see KPIs that are specific to those projects, because we can't manage what we can't measure, and we want to make sure that over the life of these 14 years that we have data that can track whether or not we're actually moving the needle on customer experience as seen through our customer community surveys, on ridership, on productivity, on costs, all of those things. The other thing that I think is very important, because we did some polling back in November, December, and we know that being good stewards of taxpayer money is huge, and being transparent and being able to track what we're doing is very important, and having oversight. I think that what's interesting and I think good about this potential measure is that because these projects will not wind up on the ballot like you would have seen in Measure B, the ballot language will be common across the 5 counties. This board and VTA and this county has the opportunity every biennial budget cycle to potentially make some tweaks to which projects are rising to the top. And we would treat this, or are proposing to treat this, like a CIP. You probably have them in your cities. We've got them as a transit agency, but let's say it's 14 years. We'd have a 4-year rolling program where we've said these are the projects we want to start with and want to measure the success of and deliver. And then we would have, say, a 10-year program horizon that has potential projects that wind up getting incorporated where appropriate. But that's ultimately going to be up to the board, which means we'll have a lot of good touch points to continue making some tweaks within the bounds of the SB 63 language. And like I mentioned, using KPIs to track performance. And so we'll be bringing a lot more detail back on June 4th. And we just collectively, the team here, really want to say thank you to the many cities, the many people, and the many community-based organizations and the board who have been a part of this journey so far. It's a really interesting opportunity that VTA has to continue to modernize and optimize our system and hopefully greatly improve the customer and employee experience. So with that, the investment.plan@vta.org comes back to me and a couple of other members of staff. We do invite input in whatever form we can get it. We've had the city of San Jose pass a resolution with their priorities. Others we may hear in different forms, but we welcome everything that we can get. So with that, any questions or comments?
Thanks so much. Before we go to board comments, we'll do public comment. And before I call on public comment, I want to say, I know at the workshop we had a number of folks interested in both items, so I do appreciate those of you who've taken the time to be here tonight, and as well as if we have any online. And I also know many of you have sent in written comments, which you had prepared for the workshop meeting. They're included in our board packet, so we all have them. I've reviewed them carefully, but appreciate very much your feedback. So with that, we'll go to Sebastian Petty first, then Jordan Moldow, and then Harry Neal.
Good evening, Chair Lopez and board members. Sebastian Petty with Spur. I want to appreciate all of the attention and time you and the staff are putting on this issue. I also want to commend you as a board for your leadership in really embedding this conversation about future investments in a broader discussion about how you deliver the most value from the VTA system as a whole. Accountability matters, and as this process advances, Spur really supports the direction staff is going. We encourage you to proceed with both thinking about how you tie specific performance goals to the investments you make, and also to think about how you have a regular process for transparently updating and revisiting that investment plan. We also ask that you consider the bigger picture in all of this, which is this is a measure that Santa Clara needs, and it is a measure that the region desperately needs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan?
The board has indicated, and I believe our more skeptical voters also believe this, that we need to make sure that the agency becomes self-sufficient by the end of the 14 years, that we're not just renewing it again. And so I think it's really important, if we're going to stick to that, that we need to make sure we're laser focused on anything that we're going to do to increase ridership or reduce operating expenses. And that needs to be the primary focus of what we spend this very valuable source of operating funds on. And so implementing the visionary network, making the experience more comfortable, implementing TOD, the stuff that's going to increase our revenue, that needs to be a focus, as well as things that are going to reduce operating expenses, like replacing the light rail fleet, implementing TSP, and implementing bus-only lanes. That needs to be our focus. I think we should spend like 80% or something really high on those things. Some of the other things like Airport Connector or Deer Dawn are important, but they don't necessarily make us more stable. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry Neal, and then we'll have Dustin Hunt, and then Mark DeLong.
Good evening. Thank you for your presentation. Always good to see it, the 7th or 8th time at this point. This is about the future of this agency, and the future of this agency, if we want to be successful, it has to be one where we invest in service and we invest in the speed and efficiency of our transit service first and foremost. That has to be our #1 priority, far and above everything else, is making sure our transit service is high quality and is frequent and fast for the people who need it, which will also attract people who don't use it today but may want to. It is truly imperative that we focus on those issues, and reducing the cost of operations through things like replacing the light rail vehicles with a newer fleet will help a lot. I do also want to note fencing and gates on light rail. Did not see that. Please make sure that's a thing.
Thanks, Dustin, and then Mark.
Hi. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name is Dustin Hunt. I'm a frequent light rail rider. Use the Green Line quite a lot. And I wanted to reiterate what Harry and Jordan said. Couldn't have said it better than them, but I would really like to see the SB 63 funding, priority go to service improvement and improvement of transit. It seems too high to allocate 20% to repavement, given that a lot of that funding can come from other things like SB1 and Measure B. So it feels like a waste to use like these once-in-a-lifetime funds for anything other than building out a system that provides a real alternative to people like me to driving, right? So again, I would really like to see the funds prioritized for service improvements and all of the wonderful stuff that that Sam mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, directors. Thank you, staff, for well thought out, very well developed presentation. I'm gonna take my VTA badge off. Put my Transportation Authority Engineers and Architects hat on in affiliation with IFPTE Local 21. But plant some seeds for or food for thought on the investment. On the foundation side, investing in state of good repair for the system, light rail and bus facilities, passenger facilities, elevators and escalators. On the foundation side, also investing in the workforce. Right now, SB 129 is funding a number of mental health support services. That funding is time limited, or it's not going to last forever, and so at some point we need to find a way to transition to a permanent funding stream for those services. And then looking long term at workforce retraining for emerging technologies and also zero-emission fleet transition, not just the bus, but also we're facing mandates for non-revenue vehicle, work truck, and paratransit vehicle transition. And that's all going to cost a lot of money, both on capital and vehicle side. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have folks online?
Yes, we have 8 comments online. I do want to state that we have posted written comments on the portal. We're going to start with the following 3, KH, Betsy Megas, and Mike Thompson. KH, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Good afternoon, good evening. This is Catherine Hedges, and I travel in San Jose and Santa Clara on a regular basis on the VTA. Used to live in a transit-focused complex. I'm really glad to hear about all the proposed improvements. I think we should focus on more frequent service and more coverage to underserved communities because, you know, as I said the last time I spoke, if the bus only runs once an hour or twice an hour, that's a real disincentive. And if you're going to be stranded wherever you're going because service stops at 5 or 6 in the early evening, you're not going to take the bus if you can't get back on the bus. I'm also concerned about preserving and expanding discount programs for disabled people, elders, and students. I think those are all very valuable. Thank you very much.
Okay, Betsy, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. Betsy Megas, Santa Clara, speaking for myself. I am helping gather signatures. People are signing for better transit. People only care about your business model if it's not producing the service they need. The visionary network is essential. It's not aspirational. It brings us up to the standard of some of our peers. People are signing for transportation. If you upgrade technology or business practices, it needs to be in service of transportation. If you upgrade bus corridors, focus on speeding up transit access and amenities. That's bus lanes and queue jumps. Cities can handle the potholes. Please assess and upgrade your ticket vending machines. They are broken. Please improve bus speeds and frequency. I can outpace many of your buses on my pedal bike. Please direct some of your technology funds to preventing bus bunching as you go to headway-based fares, and no taxpayer funding for glideways or pod cars, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Hello, good evening, Chair, board members, and members of the public. My name is Mike Thompson from Plenary Americas and San Jose Connection Partners, the P3 developer partner to the City of San Jose and San Jose Airport Connector Project. Here to voice strong support for the proposed regional transit measure and VTA's proposed investments framework. This measure matters because it provides long-term, reliable funding to improve transit where it delivers the greatest value: ridership growth, system productivity, and a better customer experience. The Airport Connector will advance all 3 of these initiatives by providing a reliable, on-demand, operationally efficient link between SJC Airport and the VTA and Caltrain networks to increase ridership, fare box recovery, and promote economic development. This tax measure is an important step in bringing transformative projects like the Airport Connector to life. We strongly support the measure and applaud the board, staff, and leadership for the vision and effort behind it. Thank you.
Okay, the next 3 will be Vincent Ma, Adina Levin, and Aaron Posternak. Vincent, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Good evening, members of the VTA board. My name is Vince Ma, and I'm here on behalf of Glideways. We are another one of the partners for the San Jose Connector project. Our consortium was selected by the City of San Jose to develop, design, build, and operate the automated transit network to connect the San Jose Diridon Station to the San Jose Mineta Airport. Just a reminder that in 2000, voters approved Measure A for transit funding, and the Diridon to Airport Connector was among the most popular projects in that measure, according to voter polls. So our request is that innovative transit projects like the San Jose Connector project are made eligible for funding through the regional measure. These are local funds that can be leveraged for state and federal dollars, which are necessary to bring this important transit connection to those who to those in the community who need it most, and to the voters who asked for the project. Thanks very much for your time.
Okay, Adina, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Yes, good evening, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and wanted to thank all of the work that VTA has been doing in coming up with some really robust plans for things that this funding source can really uniquely do, and wanted to encourage VTA to focus this funding on improving service, implementing the visionary network with more frequent service, and coverage where that is needed to increase ridership, and funding for transit priority, which can deliver the service more cost effectively. In the big picture, the measure is really important for Santa Clara County to keep the overall Bay Area transit system running, including Caltrain and BART, and avoiding bad traffic congestion. So urge you to overall be supportive and focus the measure. Also wanted to call your attention to a joint letter making some of these points, signed by about a dozen groups serving Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
All right, good evening, esteemed VTA board members. I would like to thank VTA staff for the excellent presentation they have put here. So thanks again. I would like to reiterate what Jordan, Harry, and Adina have very eloquently spoken of. We need to emphasize service improvements, particularly in the capital improvement projects, focused on transit signal priority, focused on things that will make the transit vehicles more comfortable, like new rolling stock for light rail, and also focus on more frequent service. We need to make sure that we can get the basics, so this way we can grow ridership and then make VTA a better, more robust system, as this transit measure that is coming up is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we should not miss. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, the next three speakers is Natalie, Chris, and Roland. Natalie, go ahead and unmute when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Natalie Geis, and I live in Palo Alto. I take the 522 and 22 lines of VTA. I do so because I live half a block off of El Camino, and it's super convenient to do so. I'm excited for this measure. I'm excited to support it, and I hope that with these investments, you're able to improve service with more frequent service and better coverage, making VTA and public transit an attractive and compelling option for daily use. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Chris Lindsay. I'm in Campbell. I ride VTA and Caltrain every day to go to and from work. Definitely in favor of ridership improvements. I think like more frequent trains, more on-time trains to help with connections to other modes, like, or at least other services like Caltrain. I think that will, along with like double lining the green line. I saw that as one of the improvements just suggested. I think that'll help with increasing, obviously, the throughput through the green line. I've noticed trains kind of getting stalled sometimes while they wait the train in the opposite direction to move. And also just expanding the network as well. I think also, especially to the west side of the valley, basically the VTA goes more places, and then I think will serve more populations and more people will ride it as well. That's all. Thank you.
And Roland, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. And as you've heard from the people before me, there are a lot of people who are really excited about this. And I just did some math. If you multiply 264 million by 14, you end up with $3.7 billion, which is wonderful. But my concern is that there are absolutely no guardrails whatsoever stopping this $3.7 billion disappearing down the park sinkhole, just like what happened to Measure A. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
And those are all the comments, Chair.
Thanks so much. Again, appreciate everyone who commented on this, all of it valuable, and I know our team appreciates it. Let's go to board for any questions. I'll start on this side. Director Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, SB 63 revenue provides a great opportunity to invest in our system. As we heard many commenters who agree that significant investment would benefit our future. I have a few questions that I want to ask about some of the use of the money. We talk about, so for the road improvement portion, pavement, roadways, those are along roads that are served by transit, right? We can't use them on other roads around the system.
Yeah, that's correct.
And there is
That's
some
part of the
nexus there
legislation.
because of the wear and tear on roads due to bus traffic and all that, which makes a lot of sense for us to be making sure that the roads are ready for transit. Is that money intended to be used with also for complete street type projects? Can it be used for projects that are more than just repaving a street as is?
Yeah, we'll turn to our general counsel to answer that question.
The bill is primarily for operations as opposed to capital, except for the repavement aspect of it, and only to the extent that it supports the fixed route, the roads that are served by fixed route buses. So if there's repavement and it's part of a multimodal aspect of it, a portion may be used if it supports the repavement.
So during the repavement, it could be a redesign of the road, a use for bike lanes and other things on the road, or does it have to just be pavement?
It's specifically
So you can't-
repavement.
Okay. So, okay, I just want to, something I think we've got to clarify and understand, how can we use this to improve our entire transit network, transportation infrastructure, and not just be focused on repaving as is, because that's not necessarily the right way to invest tax dollars when we're doing major road work, in my opinion, but.
We're happy to go back and
Okay.
take a look at that for more clarity. And one of the things that we're doing is making sure that we're consistent with some of the other counties that have to interpret the similar language.
You're saying this is operational, but we were also talking about double tracking and things that are capital. So I guess I'm a little confused by the answer you just gave. Can you clarify that a little bit? You talked about double tracking and rerouting the downtown lines. I mean, that's capital work, right?
It can be for capital improvements for transit, and on the roadway, it can be capital for pavement management.
Pavement only, but
Pavement.
operational otherwise?
No, yeah, pavement management for roadways only. I think like if you're planning on doing a roadway that has a bike lane, you can stripe it for a bike lane. I don't think it's supposed to be a full reconstruct. It's not
Yeah, I
supposed
know,
to pay
I
for
understand, but I
a
mean, you can
full
do things that are
reconstruction
not.
of a roadway,
Yeah,
right,
right,
to
okay.
build bike lanes or anything like that. But it can be, like right now, if the roadway is supposed to have striped bike lanes instead, it can stripe bike lanes or whatever like we do now. It doesn't cost much of anything different, so.
So it could be.
Director Cohen, if I can jump in briefly, not to cut off the rest of your questions,
Let
but
me-
as.
May I just read the language?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So public transit expenses is what it could also be used for, and that's defined as public transit operations expenses and expenses for public transit capital improvement projects that maintain or improve public transit service, including expenses for public transit-specific components of a multimodal transportation project. And I think that's what I was getting to, if it was part of a multimodal project on that. So I hope that helps.
I mean, there's probably more details to work out, and we have time to work that out. Transit signal priority, obviously.
If I could just jump back for some feedback for staff, because I share those concerns, and I'm interested in that coming back in future updates like this one. It would be interesting for staff to specify and pull out what, for example, Measure B, other existing funding sources can do, because if it's relieving some of the pressure and it's something that could put in multimodal improvements, then I think that serves some of the same function, but I share the concern of not wanting to just do repavement. So just bringing it back, seeing what the tools are at our disposal if this passes would be one of my suggestions.
Okay. And obviously, transit signal priority is something that fits under this, and that's a capital. But also, there's operational expenses with transit signal priority. So would we dedicate money once we install and improve our transit signal priority to make sure that this doesn't, the cost doesn't fall on cities to operate a system that gets put in?
Yeah, we certainly could. It's certainly eligible, and we might, if the measure does pass, we'd probably begin looking at how we would, break that up and how that we would work with the cities to not only for the capital investment, but also for the operations. But that's something the board could decide later.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, this again, like I said, it's an exciting opportunity. Keep in mind, of course, that we also have to keep an eye on the Howard Jarvis tax measure. Howard Jarvis initiative on the ballot, because if it were to pass, then this would need 2/3 in order to pass, and we might not. This might be invalidated even if it gets over 50%. So just something for us to know and be aware of as we watch the election in November. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Director Mulcahy, and then Director Abacoda.
Thank you. Evelyn, were you maybe referring to a sort of all the counties and agencies involved sort of creating like a red light, green light, how this money can be used? I think that would be important that everybody sort of blesses that, right?
I think it's important that we're all consistent in the way we're reading the statutes.
Right, agreed. So I apologize for missing the board workshop, and so I may ask a couple of questions that maybe came in there. So just kind of in a reaction to the presentation, I believe the goal is to set out a clear and constructive framework for how we consider our work ahead in anticipation of a successful SB 63. If we're asking voters to make a significant, long-term investment, we have a responsibility to deliver a plan that is disciplined, outcome-driven, which I did hear, number of time outcome, and focused on growing ridership while improving financial sustainability. I did hear a lot of that kind of language, as I mentioned in the presentation, and I think it's important that these principles are not just aspirational. I think we're at an aspirational stage right now, especially as we continue to get public feedback. But it needs to be clearly reflected in how we prioritize and deploy any new resources, especially at the magnitude of return to source from SB 63. With that in mind, just a couple of questions. Is there some depth and specificity being sorted as you go, and will we have a chance to review those at some point to see how those priorities are progressing and developing?
Yes. So I think the short answer would be when we come back in June that we would have
26?
No, on the 4th.
In 2026.
Oh, in 2026. I'm sorry. June 26th was the other
Sorry.
board meeting. Yes. Yeah. In 2026, the idea is that because you would not be locking up the investment plan for the ballot like you might have seen in previous ballot measures, what the board would be approving would be guidance to staff so that we can come back when the budget process begins for the next biennial budget process to have a portion of that document include, call it sort of a mini CIP. And that would be the stage where you wouldn't just be looking at a list of project types like you'll see in the June board meeting. You would be looking at discrete projects that have both a dollar amount associated with them, some connection potentially to some existing list of priorities or some existing, CIP type document, as well as KPIs that are specific to that project. What we'll be bringing back in June, again, would be these project types. Do these project types meet these three outcomes? Hopefully all three, at least one. And then what has our technical staff and the planning group in particular defined as the KPI that should attach to that? But once we get to the stage where we're saying, all right, board, we're proposing to you an FY 28-29 or FY 28 through 31, let's say, if it's a 4-year rolling program, that we think we should have TSP at this dollar amount and in these locations, because that's obviously how we would have had to have come up with the estimate. Do you agree? we'll have that level of specificity during the budget process, while we'll still be at sort of a, what does the community and the board and the cities think we should be investing in at a project type level this month. I hope that
Yeah, so
helps.
I'm not
I think
looking
we'll
at, I'm not
continue-
looking at your schedule of public outreach and all that, and I think it goes through June 2nd with Monte Sereno's like your last one.
Right.
So that sort of coincides with your ability then, and you will actually call the prioritized list down to present to the board. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. So then as we move into prioritization, can we be assured that SB 63 investments are tied to measurable outcomes, which I think that's what you've described as your intention. So increased ridership, improved cost effectiveness and efficiency, better system performance overall. So we can demonstrate then that we can see our road to real progress from what you're going to present. Right?
Correct.
That's your intention.
That is.
Okay, so last on innovation, which really felt aspirational in this list here. What steps are we taking to ensure pilots such as like microtransit, transit signal priority, which you did mention, and headway-based scheduling? How are you going to approach future work in that regard? And I can't imagine you're bringing that in June.
No, it would likely still be sort of a category, I guess you could call it. And I would say that with the board's approval and obviously with some additional homework done by staff, we could propose something like money that could be invested in pilots to see whether or not certain technologies or partnerships work, have a dollar amount, and then have a reason why that dollar amount is what it is, either based on our own experience. There's obviously a lot of, for example, microtransit services that cities partner with around the county. We also know what others are doing in the Bay Area and in the United States. And so we can get to some kind of estimate on those things and propose a discrete pot of money that could be used for pilots. I think the other thing, too, is that through the Office of Change Management, the Office of Strategic Initiatives, which I oversee, we are working to build up our capacity to, in partnership with procurement, receive things like unsolicited bid proposals, because it's hard for us to predict what types of technologies, what types of opportunities are going to be out there. And I would hate to hamstring our ability to try new things in that area of this plan right now, because we don't know what we don't know. And so that'll give us an opportunity through both external vendors. We also have our Great Ideas program, which would be for internal ideas. You might not see something like a full-on vehicle pilot come through that, but there could be some kind of customer experience improvement that comes through that we say, board, we think this is worthwhile piloting, and it actually came from one of our own employees. That's just an example, but I think between my office, our innovation customer experience folks in planning, our operations planning group, I think we've got a lot of good people who can assess what are the right pilots to bring to the board for a decision in terms of funding.
Thanks, Sam. Let me just swing back to Evelyn. I mean, I think our work is different than the other agencies, so our need for the red light, green light by June, I think we should have that, so that we're not still thinking like, oh, I think we can do asphalt. Oh, maybe we can't. I think it would be really important to have a clear understanding and agreement on that by the time we come back together to be talking about options.
Yes. The team, oh, sorry.
I was just going to point out that the agencies I was looking at were the other agencies that were receiving the return to source monies, as opposed to, say, BART or SF.
Good point. Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Director Abakoga.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the work you're doing in the outreach. I've watched some of your presentations at some of the cities, and really appreciate that interaction. I like what I'm hearing. Definitely really excited about the piloting and the unsolicited bid opportunity, because there is a lot out there, and want to be nimble and able to respond accordingly. I just wanted to make sure as we move forward that there's some of it was mentioned in public comment too, but there are a few elements, if I could go through. One, making sure there's a clear project selection process. that explains what criteria will be used, how projects will be scored, and how geographic equity and ridership or productivity goals will be balanced. 2, include an annual reporting. We heard this from the public, that shows how the money was spent, what progress was made, and whether the plan is on track to meet its original goals. 3, expand the proposed outcome areas by adding long-term sustainability metrics, such as whether programs funded with the new money can become self-sufficient or help the agency reach its financial stability goals. 4, create a process to evaluate underperforming projects and decide when to change, pause, or stop them. And 5, make the safety and security section stronger by adding examples of visible improvements that riders and the public will notice. Something that I like is like the ambassadors at the stations, having more staff at stations that can guide and help the riders get to where they need to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Do you have folks on this side? Director Jane?
Yeah, and reading from the actual text of SB 63, all it says is 84.37% of all revenues generated within the territory of the County of Santa Clara to the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Agency for public transit expenses and roadway repavement projects on roads served by fixed route transit. So I agree with many of the commenters in that we really need to improve our ridership and that the money needs to be focused on TSP, safer, cleaner buses and light rail, visionary network, upgrading our vehicles. And I personally don't want to see money spent on big construction projects like the airport connector and the BART project. We need to focus on getting our ridership, back to basics, as they say. Thank you.
I'll come back on this side, Director Readiness. I didn't see your light on earlier.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm going to underline what Director Janes just said, and that is, I'd also love to figure out how we can get back to basics and some of those service improvements that will make a difference for the riders. Because without the riders, we just won't, I don't know what we'll do without the ridership. So I agree, transit signal priority is really important. Making sure our visionary network is invested in. Really just getting back to basics and some of the things that we have missed. We're obviously building the last extension to the light rail in an area where residents and riders really need that kind of transit. And if we would have started there, I think we would have seen this a lot different than what we're seeing now. It's a necessity versus a privilege, right? They can't park their cars in their garage, in their 2 or 3 car garage, and then take off so that they can feel better about impacting the environment. These are folks who actually need to be on transit, and so we need to focus on how to grow those folks. I'd love to see, and I know that growing the next generation is equally as important, however it is through necessity or through however they decide to come on board, but they need to come on board and they need to see that we can get them there faster than what we're doing at this point. So I really love to see that piece. I also don't think the airport connector is something that is, although I think it's important, it is not our ridership. These aren't folks who are living in this county. Primarily, maybe the majority of folks are coming into San Jose because they land here, they live in this county, but we don't really know that, right? And so who are our target audience? Is it the folks who live here or the folks who are visiting here? And I want to make sure our eyes are on the prize, which is folks who are in this county. I think that there's an opportunity for us to continue to collect information from folks that you normally don't hear from. I'd love to connect with you offline and give you some groups that you can tap into. I really appreciate the the schedule that you showed, from the folks that you've already connected with, what would you say would be I don't think I heard it, and I apologize if I missed it, but the number of people that you've heard from so far? What would you say that is?
I would say right now it's probably, that we've received actual feedback from, it's probably in the hundreds. I mean, we didn't undertake we did surveying, but then in terms of this engagement, I'd say that's probably about right. And we would love to keep getting that number higher.
Yeah.
And so I would welcome the chance to work with you in your office, because there's a lot of people who, we want to make sure that the people we haven't reached, that we access your network, other people's networks to get to them, make them aware of what this is.
I think we have to take a look at who is out there, who is going to be our next writers. And as you know, we, by I think 2030, most of the folks in this county will turn 65, those last baby boomers, and nationally it'll be 2035. So we have a lot of older generations who I think will rely on public transportation, or at least I hope they may opt for us instead of other opportunities. So I'd love to see who our ridership can be and who we're working towards engaging into our system, who may not normally come into our system. And then those folks who we know are tried and true, those are out of necessity, the folks that actually don't have vehicles and who are choosing to continue to be with us, and how do we do right by them. And so I'm looking at this at all of the service improvements that we haven't been able to yet achieve, that this is an opportunity for us to achieve it. As much as I like innovation, and I think if we can't get our basic ridership improved, then I don't know why we're innovating and who we're innovating for. So anyways, I'd love to connect with you offline. I'd love to see our seniors getting involved, our different kind of groups involved, and love to help out. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Oh, and then the last thing I was going to ask, I was going to say David. Director Cohen actually mentioned the Howard Jarvis measure, and if there's anything that we are doing in anticipation of, or any polls that we're taking to figure out how that is going to fare out in November, in anticipation to see what is it that we need to do in order to meet the 2/3, if in case it really is gaining momentum by that time, and we know that we need to reach 2/3 versus the 50% plus one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'll continue on this side. I think I saw Director Sell next, and then Director Candelas and Exficio Burt.
Yeah, thank you for working on this. I think in some of the presentations you gave us, years ago, the decision was to have 90% for the high ridership lines and 10% for the low ridership lines. Going forward into, if we get this measure, would you still keep on that, but the 90% would become, instead of like half an hour, they'd become like 15 minutes? Or would you, would that ratio change? I was just wondering.
Yeah, sure. The 90-10 is 90%, we call frequent routes, and 10% is coverage routes, and that is a board-adopted policy. So we would be following what's in the visionary network, which does continue to follow that at a very high level. That continues that policy in the visionary network.
Okay. And then one other question. I heard a lot about the community and the board members wanting increased service. So how do you make sure that when you increase the service, that over the 14-year horizon, that that increased service will be financially sustainable? Will there be KPIs along the way that say, okay, we increased service here, and we do see a horizon in 14 years where it will be financially sustainable because we've increased ridership? Like, will along the way there'll be like a business plan that looks at those things where we've increased ridership? We need to also make sure in 14 years those increased riderships is sustainable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way we envision it, we'll have, dashboards, and we'll continue to look at this fund specifically to see how well we're doing with all the projects or programs that we do run. Increase in our productivity is a big part of what we're doing, even if this measure doesn't pass. There are some key projects that we can partner with the cities on, like TSP, Transit Signal Priority, where if we're able to just save, just minutes sometimes, through a TSP program, we can then run the same amount of service with fewer buses and fewer operators, and we can redeploy those possibly in other areas as well, or increase service. So there's a number of things we'll be continuing to look at, both if the measure passes or doesn't pass, to ensure our productivity. But we'll be, specifically for increases in this, I would imagine we'll be keeping regular updates to the board as to how we're doing with how all these projects and programs are meeting our KPIs.
Okay.
Can I just say, I don't want to, this improving productivity or increasing is absolutely critical as part of it. We talk a lot about increasing frequency or increasing, ridership, but cutting costs is bringing costs down per rider and costs per service hour is absolutely critical. So when we talk about, because we do have a somewhat, has been pushed that we don't want to be able to have to rely on this source in the future. So there is this balancing of, do we pave a bunch of roads, which really don't bring ridership or improve productivity outside, maybe a little bit on productivity or whatever. So we're probably going to have to tie that to a city truly doing TSP. If they're only going to just pave the roadway and not do the TSP, that's not going to work. So we're probably going to have to tie that TSP to the roadways, pavements. If there's transit signal priority, on that roadway, there's just going to have to be some give on there. We're going to have to see something that we're going to get with a roadway improvement we may come back as staff recommending that. The board can change that, and however they want to do that. I know we're talking about innovation and the vehicles, but the light rail vehicles actually allow us to decrease our operating costs because our current fleet is so expensive to operate because of obsolescence and just some of the issues that we have and how we have to operate it. And so that's one of the reasons why we're looking at a more modernized fleet, and for those reasons. So I want to definitely make sure that we're understanding driving costs down is going to be just important to put capital investments into driving costs down as it is to increasing the ridership.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that some capital investments will be made to make the whole system more efficient. And then when you have a more efficient system, you can have economically more frequency. So there's a means to the ends. And the ends is more frequency, and the means is more efficiency and sometimes investment in capital to get that efficiency. So sounds great. And when will we be able to see that kind of framework and okay, these are capital investments, and these capital investments we think will target efficiency. Will we, along the way, in future years, or will we in June see that kind of correlation between capital investments and innovation, and the ends will be a payment of the frequency?
Yeah, I think that process starts in June. You'll see that, and then we'll build on it from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Director Condos.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thanks to Sam for the presentation, and for my colleagues' comments on this. I'm going to keep my comments fairly brief, and I do want to express the appreciation on the draft framework that was presented, and on the investment plan, especially on the focus on the three primary desired outcomes that we all have talked about. Obviously, the success of this is going to hinge on a results-driven investment strategy that can transform our system at the end of it, and help tackle some of the cost challenges that some of my colleagues have said. But I think ultimately, if voters are going to be asked to approve a sales tax, given the economic climate, I think we're well on our way on presenting a compelling strategy that kind of paints the picture that we are trying to not just not just pass a measure that's going to have to be renewed at the end of the cycle, and that shows that we are trying to deliver tangible improvements to our system that is going to provide for that long-term fiscal sustainability that we all desire. And so the accountability language is important as part of the resolution that the council adopted a few weeks ago. That was an underpinning for our city and for our residents. And so I appreciate the comments of my colleagues and appreciate the work of the staff. Looking forward to tackling the weeks ahead on this too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ex officio, Bert.
So I'd like to follow on to a couple of the themes that others have voiced. And first, the objective of having more people use transit and use it more. So more riders, both in the different portions of our population that use transit, and that people will use it more routinely. But I'm not sure that the best way to get there is primarily to continue to just do more of what we've been doing. Using our current systems with try to reduce headway, that helps. Expanding into areas where we don't have strong transit, which may be valuable for providing service to people, but those areas will be the lowest ridership. And so I'm recalling, I think it was Vice Chair Mahan who said a number of months ago, if at the end of this 15-year period of this regional transit measure, if we're just doing more of the same, we've failed. So I want to make sure we're going back to the section of the report that is on called Transform or Transformation. And I don't think that what we have there is all inclusive of all the areas that we might pursue and what may evolve in the coming decade, because we don't yet know which of these advancements in technologies are going to be most favorable to us. We've identified certain ones that we think we want to pursue in the near term, and others we're tracking. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking that innovation is the best way to provide more transit out of the dollars that we have. We do have to look at reducing the cost of each rider mile if we want to expand getting transit used. And if we want people to elect to use transit, it's got to be fast and easy and a good alternative to what they're currently doing. Slow light rail or slow buses is not going to really induce many people to switch to transit. Thanks.
Thanks much. I'll come back on this side to Director Cohen.
Yeah, just quickly, I've heard a couple people talk about self-sufficiency, and I just want to be careful about what we're saying with self-sufficiency. And I know, Carolyn, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but there is no transit system in the United States that's self-sufficient on fare box recovery, right? Oh, no. Right. I mean, even before COVID, the top agency was about 50% fare box recovery. Every system requires public input, whether it's through local taxes or state grants or other things to operate. And so I just want to be clear, at the end of 14 years, I don't know that it's realistic to say we will be self-sufficient. We obviously won't, we want to be in a place where we don't have to renew this particular tax. And I guess that's what we're saying. Yes. But I just heard some use of terms, fare box recovery, and clearly we want to increase ridership, make it more convenient, have more people using transit, make costs come down, get our fare box recovery up. But just wanted to make that point that, you know, we still have to make it clear. I've always said public transit is a public good, and like many public goods, it requires public subsidy for it to operate, and we should be keeping that in mind in the long term. But certainly innovation and improved, getting more people in the system should be our goal.
Oh, can I, just one small thing?
Sure.
Pre-COVID, Caltrain was 73% fare box recovery.
Right, it was the highest, right?
Yeah.
Highest, and right now it's still the highest in the country at 30%, right?
So really appreciate the thoughtful discussion on this really key item. I've seen up close, having attended a number of the meetings, and thank you for also coming to Campbell this past Tuesday, but how much work is being done. But that's exactly what we have to do, get out to each and every one of our communities. And I am intrigued, and I want to lift up again the idea that came out recently of doing a sort of virtual roundtable for community-based organizations, just because, to be clear, the team's solely willing, and I've seen this and participated in some of this in going one by one of the organizations. But we're hoping also to just allow a couple more convenient opportunities. And so for the directors up here who can share contacts or good groups or anything, please do connect with the team, because that's going to be a great opportunity. I won't repeat what's been said. I will just add my perspective that the more we can do in terms of transparency and accountability into how the funds get spent, and I think this is one of the things I heard in a number of the public comments also, that where people brought up potential concerns. I think going above and beyond what we're required to do and thinking about things like a citizens oversight committee just helps people feel more comfortable. And so as you're bringing back and developing these ideas and bringing them back for board consideration, I would really encourage you to think about mechanisms like that we may not be required to do, but that we say, this is the way we do things in Santa Clara County. It's worked successfully in the past, so that we can offer residents that extra assurance that funds will be well spent and managed, and just there's that transparency in the path forward, and communicating any other kind of accountability mechanisms that we may have. Right. Any last comments or feedback? Great. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion and for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So that brings us to our last information item, and this will be our regular BSV2 project update, 8.4, and we'll hear from Tom McGuire, Chief Capital Mega Projects Delivery Officer, who will introduce our speakers.
Okay. Good evening, directors. Tom McGuire, Chief Mega Projects Officer, and I'm joined by Sarah Wilson, our Construction Director, and Erica Oakes, our Deputy Director of External Affairs. So today is an informational update on the BSV2, or BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 program. No actions tonight, but do want to keep you up to date on some of the important issues we're tracking in the program. So to start off, I want to give a little bit of a refresh on material that the BSV2 Oversight Committee heard in mid-April. And this is a one-slide digest of a long presentation which Peter Rogoff, a consultant to VTA who previously served as the FTA administrator during the Obama administration, presented. And he was showing some troubling trends regarding cost escalation in the construction industry, and he tied it to some of the issues you see described here on the slide. Again, I won't go through every point Peter made, but I think the key takeaways were that there is additional upward pressure on some of the key inputs to construction, specifically materials like steel, concrete, as well as on labor, as well as rising interest rates, as well as uncertainty about tariffs, and the Iran war has exacerbated those challenges. Peter also pointed out that there are major capital projects around the country that are suffering under cost increases, but there are also owners who are taking actions to mitigate those. And some of those align pretty closely with what we're trying to do with the BSV2 program. And the third bullet there does list some of the areas that Peter is talking about being emerging trends in controlling this kind of cost. Early engagement with contractors, picking delivery methods that give opportunities for us to share risk with our contractors rather than having inviting our contractors to price all the risk in a project into their lump sum bids. So there's a link here in your packet. You can see Peter's full presentation. It's also on the video from the BSV2 Oversight Committee. But I did want to just give a digest of that because it was very impactful on us at that meeting. Moving on to the spending that we're tracking in this report, again, as we await the rebaselining of our costs that will take place when we reach a 60% design level with the majority of our design packages. Just want to point out where we're at right now in terms of our monthly spending. And again, direct your attention over to the right-hand side of the table. Category 10 and Category 40 are the two lines in the table that track with heavy construction spending, the kind of stuff that Sarah's going to show us all the pictures of in a minute. Those spending levels of 16 million and 3 million a month are in line with the pace of construction and the pace at which QHA Trailer is working out at the West Portal site. We also see in the same column in Category 80, that's our professional services. I mentioned before we're on a very fast push to reaching 60% design with most of our design packages. The $12 million spent this month also aligns with that significant bump in investment in that design work. So those are the main takeaways from the cost report. And then finally, I'm going to let Sarah talk about the costs on the actual construction work.
Good evening. So this month's update includes some shifting of funds from the trends column to the approved scope change column. The approved scope change column still includes about 11 million for confinement walls that was done some months ago, and then approximately 1.93 million was moved from trends to the approved scope change. These largely have to do with allowances for 3C1 and 3C2, which are just in the launch structure. In the schedule column, in the schedule update, we do have a recovery this month indicated. So we had a 46, as you I'm sure recall, we had a 46-day delay to the schedule due to the initial delay at the launch structure related to the UP permission to work adjacent to UP property and the appropriate controls in place there. And as of the March 2026 update that we received from KST, that's been narrowed down to 20 days of delay. So they have been recovering out there, and we're glad to see that update. We do still have trends. Our trends, as a reminder, our trends largely are made up of potential costs that we may consider related to the UPRR, those initial UPRR delays. And that's at 8.5, putting us at a current budget that's approved already, plus trends at about 2%. Going to our visual tracker, there is a lot of green on this tracker, and I'll go through the percentages again in a moment. And a lot of blue on the cross section. And just for perspective, a year ago, none of this work had begun. So the UPRR discussions were happening in May, and none of this was in the ground at that time. So it's pretty exciting and pretty dramatic to see what's gone in just a year's time. So starting again at the right side, the sheet pile area is 100% complete. The U-wall panel area is roughly 93 to 94% complete, depending if you count excavation or bracing. The cut and cover panels are approximately, I want to say 50% complete. Yeah. Depending again on what you count. And then the cat shaft area is 4% complete. So we are starting to see the outline of that first bay of the cat shaft. The update this month is that we're showing the cap beams at the top. So basically, due to the complex nature of the opening, significant structure is required at the top, and that's called a cap beam. And we've got some photos of the reinforcing that goes in there. And then on the far left is the only slurry wall panels that we still have going in, and those are the confinement walls. And so those are green when complete, orange in progress, and they're coming along very nicely. So now we have our aerial views through a bit of time. We've got, I believe, 3 here for you to look at with one expanded view. So this is back in February. You can see same orientation with the sheet pile area on the left, and then getting deeper and deeper as you go, on the right, and then getting deeper and deeper as you go to the left. So that's the February view. And then in March, there is more progress that you can see, more excavation in the cut and cover area, more bracing installed. You can start to see the cat shaft outline. And then in April, further progress, deeper progress, more concrete working slab installed, and more definition in the cat shaft area as the cap beams go in. This is also from April, and it's just zoomed out a bit so you can also see the confinement wall area as well as the medium voltage substation, which is the electrical, some electrical conduits going in, which will support the substation, the medium voltage substation that has to go in to provide power for the TBM to excavate. Okay, I think we have a video here, a drone video. It works. Okay, there's a, I think my fairy godmother is operating it for me. Thank you. Okay, so this is coming in from the sheet pile area, deeper and deeper in the ramp and launch structure as we go toward the cat shaft in the direction of Tunnel Drive. The TBM will also launch in this same direction, and you can see our neighbors, Caltrain and UP tracks to the right, and some significant equipment still out there and putting in these massive structures for us. A couple of photos. The left side is a rebar cage for that top strut or cap beam. It is significant. It's about 8 feet high, a significant amount of rebars. Special concrete goes in there to be able to get into all the interstitial spaces there to fill up that rebar cage and make it structurally sound. And then on the right side are some of the conduits going in for that medium voltage substation. Couple more photos here. You can start to see the shape of the cat shaft on the left-hand picture. And again, that's the cap beam rebar that's gone in. That's before the first pour, which has already been installed. But it's really cool to see that taking shape. And then a little bit of excavation has been completed there as well. Then on the right side, a cage splicing operation for the cat shaft D-walls. And this was on the side where there's a special kind of rebar going in. So where the TBM is going to excavate through the wall, it is not fully reinforced with steel. It is reinforced with a material called GFRP, glass fiber reinforced polymer, which is much easier and gentler on the TBM as it passes through the wall. And now I'll pass it over to Erica to give an update on our community outreach.
Thank you. Good evening. I wanted to give an update on what we've been up to, engaging with our key stakeholders, have been continuing our regular coordination with Caltrain, cities of San Jose and Santa Clara, as well as key adjacent stakeholders on the project. Most recently have meetings with the Sharks and Google, the San Jose Arena Authority, the Diridon Station Program, Cristo Rey San Jose Jesuit High School, and the Five Wounds Portuguese National Parish. So we've been very busy engaging with our stakeholders about the project. In addition, last night we hosted an interim community working group meeting for the Santa Clara community working group to discuss some aesthetics features of the station infrastructure facility there and the plaza and layout there. And we have one next week for our downtown station, an interim group interim community working group meeting to discuss the station exterior facade and the plaza behind and the exterior of the station infrastructure facility building there. As we've kind of refined the design there, we have a little bit more engagement to do at the downtown station that we have already completed at the Diridon, 28th Street, and Santa Clara stations in the previous years. So we're working through that with some additional meetings. As mentioned earlier, staff attended the APTA conference and had briefings while we were out there, and Tom provided a keynote speech at the California Infrastructure Symposium earlier this month that was hosted by the American Society of Civil Engineers, underscoring our project's momentum. Knowing that engaging with our stakeholders and keeping the public informed is a core commitment of the project, we distributed our spring quarterly newsletter as well as our monthly construction update. focusing on highlighting the excavation progress and bracing. We also shared a number of social media posts focusing on the construction progress, sustainability, and Earth Day. We attended a couple of different pop-up events at Viva Calle and San Jose State's Earth Day, engaged with hundreds of folks at both those events, and have gotten a lot more folks interested and signed up to follow our project on social media. We've continued to put out our public notifications, most recently related to some work adjacent to the Santa Clara BART station, the future station in Brokaw Road for a tie-in, and about some soils testing that's happening at the 28th Street station. And building off of that, we have been doing active preparatory construction activities at the 28th Street station, the former site of the Silicon Valley Granite, since earlier this year in February. Actively working through that site and preparing to start demolition there on the site in the next month or two. Also coordinating with stakeholders and the area about that upcoming demolition with the meetings I mentioned earlier, as well as a temporary parking lot closure adjacent to where the Diridon BART station will be.
Okay, so just to take a quick look ahead to what we'll be talking to this board and to our BSV2 Oversight Committee about in the months ahead. Erica mentioned the importance that I tried to stress to the ASCE audience of maintaining momentum on a project like this. And also, Sarah was talking about how we have all this work going on at the West Portal. It's very exciting to see it grow every month. That work will be done by the first quarter of 2027. And something we've been talking with the Oversight Committee pretty seriously about is how can we give ourselves a chance to get the TBM in the ground and starting to dig by 2028. And so a bunch of the activities you see described here on the screen are about getting us a path there. At the Oversight Committee, we're going to, first of all, we'll have a recommendation for the committee's consideration of the updated program management team services contract. And then our project update is going to get into not just the construction we have underway, but we'll start to work with the committee to explain and understand what the next round of early works will look like, all the activities that need to go, that need to bridge us from the end of the construction Sarah's been describing to the start of the tunnel dig, and start to share a plan to extend our commitment to protecting that critical path that we talked about at this meeting last month. On May 22nd, our counterparts, or your counterparts rather, from the BART board will be in town for our joint working group that we hold once a quarter. So we're looking forward to that. Again, continuing to build on our commitment to being transparent with our BART partners about what we're doing on the project. On June 4th, we'll be back here with a project update, definitely a summary of some of that early works that we discussed with the committee on May 14th. And then on June 11th, we are anticipating being able to bring the committee for their approval award of the next round of early works, again, to keep us on that drive towards starting tunneling in June of 2020, the first quarter of 2028. So that's what we can look forward to hearing at this meeting and at the committee over the next few months. And with that, we look forward to your questions.
Thanks so much. Let's see if we have public comment first. I don't see anyone in person. Do you have anyone online?
Yes, there's one. Roland, go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to quote from the law of holes, which says that once you dug yourself into a hole, the first thing you got to do is to stop digging, which means burying a TBM by 2028 is probably not the smartest thing to do. So I'd like to circle back to a comment Director Apikoba made earlier, is that we have to evaluate underperforming projects and decide when to change course of stuff. That is precisely what former Mayor Newsom did in San Francisco 20 years ago, when the transit center was $1.2 billion and the tunnel itself was $2 billion. He decided to go ahead with the transit center and then let the tunnel take care of itself later. This is exactly what we've got to do here. We've got to pivot back to Diridon, deliver Diridon, and then take care of art, which is the tail that wags the Diridon dog. Thank you.
And those are all the comments, Chair.
Thanks so much. I'll come back to the board for comments or question. Director Apikoga, is that? Okay. You might want to keep it on. No, it might be easier. Anyone, Director Jane? Inside.
Yeah, I sit on the Oversight Committee, so I get to receive a lot more information than the board does. But I think it's absolutely critical that this full board, which has to vote on the project, see the chart with the critical path. And I want to know when we're going to get to 60% design. Do we have a date for that? You know, two charts that I find very valuable in the Oversight Committee are the contingency drawdown charts for how we're drawing down relative to plan for both schedule and cost. And then, you know, the outstanding issue has always been what's going on with the maintenance yard. When are we going to resolve with Bart, and I know Shane Edwards is gone now, what are we going to do when are we going to have a resolution of the maintenance yard? And finally, my favorite topic, muck. We are muck bound, I believe, and we have some agreements that we have to make for rail spurs and UP, and if we're muck bound, then that could slow the project. So I want to know when we're going to have those agreements to build those rail spurs and to put the muck either at Lehigh or in the salt ponds or wherever we're going to put it. So those are my questions.
Okay, I think I can answer most of those. First was 60% design completion. We're targeting that to be done in July of this year. Critical path, I believe we did give a presentation about the critical path to this board last month, but we can make sure that gets redistributed.
Should be every month.
Fair point, agreed. Hasn't changed since last month, but fair point. Contingency drawdown curve, I think it might be a good idea if we, through the board office, were to circulate the detailed report that the Oversight Committee gets every month. It contains that curve and the critical path and the org chart and many of the other materials you've referenced in your questions. That way the whole board could have that in their inbox. Maintenance yard, we're still working through these issues with Bart, and I don't have a date for you yet. And on muck, I think this might be something we should schedule for a more detailed update at an upcoming committee meeting. Have been having some pretty intense conversations with stakeholders at both the quarry and the salt ponds, but don't have anything definitive to report yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. Other comments or questions?
I just have one.
Director Cohen.
And it wouldn't be a discussion on this project without Director Jane asking about muck, so I appreciate that. I just have a quick question related to the soil work and parking lot at Diridon. Do we have a timeline for how long that will take and what that's going to mean in terms of disruption there?
Yes, we're looking at a closure beginning in August through October of one of the 3 lots there for soils testing, and then it will reopen in the beginning of November.
Okay, and I know there's been concerns. I mean, obviously that'll affect the beginning of the next season, but there's been some concerns from the Sharks about making sure that as we move the project forward, we minimize the amount of time that there's disruption, time it rather than start early and close things down and have it sit for a while. So maybe you don't have an answer for that now, but as we move forward, I'd be interested in getting an update on how that will be scheduled and worked out during this project.
I think we can keep informing the board about that. Eric and I are sitting down with Sharks leadership on Monday to go through those details and get their feedback and make sure we're remaining in constant dialogue with them. Okay. I think the plan she described of closing it then reopening it is meant to actually kind of get our construction out of the way for at least the next hockey season.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate for the committee to hear as well and an update, because I know we all received that letter. Any other comments or questions? Great, thank you so much for the update, appreciate it. So that's the last item on our regular agenda. Next is 9.1, items of concern, referrals, administration. Carolyn, you want to take this?
Yeah, there's a few items that you have there that have been sent on 2 referrals. One is attachment regarding the referral that was sent last month regarding I guess we have an attachment that was the original board referral regarding restricting the use of VTA-owned and VTA-controlled property for immigration enforcement activity. So we have the draft policy that is attached right now, and that is brought there, which actually is entitled just what I had said, limiting VTA-owned and VTA-controlled property to VTA-related purposes. And so that is there for, if you have any comments, to let us know. Otherwise, we were going to be bringing this through. This has been prepared by a number of us and with council's office as well. We reviewed it with a few of the board members who were on the referral as well. So if there's anything, but it pretty much is has been played out very similar to the way the county of Santa Clara's policy was written. And then the other item was the VTA response to February 5th, 2026, evaluation of organizational best practices for managing agency-wide innovation and data-driven strategies to support transit transformation referral. And that attachment includes a discussion about us looking at 3 other agencies. We looked at MARTA, in Atlanta, the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, MBTA in Boston, and then Utah Transit Authority, UTA, which is a little bit closer to our scale of size in terms of what they are doing and in terms of their strategic enterprise program, and looking at how they are set up in terms of organizational sort of excellence and where their analysis and innovation programs are. We're continuing to look at that. We have set up the Office of Strategic Initiatives, so I just want to have a little bit more time to continue to take a look at that. And we're definitely identifying what necessary staff we need for the appropriate collaboration across the agency to continue to drive innovation. But I have set this up. There's a little bit of there is an org chart set up on page 4 that actually does show sort of that structure right now in there. So if there's any comments, you can, please, you can contact me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Do we have board member questions or comments or any other referrals to be introduced? Director Readiness.
Thank you. I just want to extend my gratitude to you, Carolyn, as well as the rest of the members who joined in on this Brown Act, including yourself, Chair, Director Weinberg, Sells, Candelas, myself, and I apologize if I'm leaving. I think that's it, right? For the support and the work that has been done on this item. I really appreciate it. I think it's in line with some of the best practices across the nation, and I think we are a better organization for it. I think it's a small way to create boundaries and limits, and I'm really proud that we were able to get this across the finish line, and thank you so much for the work behind the scenes. I know there was a lot of just, a lot of details that nobody gets to see, and I truly appreciate that. Thank you.
And Evelyn's office helped a lot as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Director Cohen.
I'll ask a quick question. Maybe I'll take the rest offline. But at the end of the sentence of this policy, it says, parking unrelated to transit usage, engaging in commercial activities, and conducting vehicle repairs. Those are off-limit uses, or I was a little bit confused by the wording at the end of that phrase. It shall not be, no property may be used for these purposes or operations race for civil immigration enforcement purposes, parking unrelated to transit usage, engaging in commercial activities, and conducting vehicle repairs. So, but these are non-authorized purposes, so you could authorize one of those purposes on a property?
Yeah, well, why don't you
That's correct. Member Cohen, the policy states that it does not apply to property that's subject to a lease, license, operator agreement, concession, or other contractual restrictions in which VTA is a party. So if there's an existing agreement that's in place, then
Or a new agreement that could be
that's
created
correct.
going forward. And you know, I'm potentially thinking about other uses of parking structure at BART and things like that. I just want to make sure this policy doesn't prevent us from thinking about some of those uses for some of the various BART spaces
Yeah,
going forward.
Yeah, we've used our parking lots for like day permits, things like that, small commercial activities, those types of things that are permitted, but not, yeah.
So there could be permitted uses of those properties that would not run afoul of this policy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Director Readiness?
Through the chair, I apologize, Director Kame, for not recognizing. I'm so sorry. It is 10:15 on a Thursday night. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you so much for your support. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks much. Any other comments or questions? Director Candelas?
No, I just wanted to express my appreciation of the staff, the leadership of obviously Director Arenas and our Brown Act for having this conversation and working through some of the most challenging times that our country and our county and our city have faced. So there's a lot of excitement with FIFA and the World Cup coming up, and we just want to make sure everybody in our community feels that excitement and emotion. Thanks.
Through the chair again, over on this side, Chair. I just want to say that today I had an event with the Consul of Mexico in Gilroy, and part of what I shared was this VTA policy we had done already at the county, and I shared with the public this because they asked me, what do we do with, the fear that we have around ICE? Like, how do we manage it? How do we? And so I just started sharing some of the things that people may not know about that their local government is doing currently, right? And it really made me very proud to share with folks that we took this policy on here at VTA. We did it at the county. Some of you counterparts at the city of San Jose, Chair, your respective city as well of Campbell. And so it may not alleviate everybody's fears, but I think it created a smile, at least on some people's faces, to know that our local government is standing with our immigrant community in ways that they may not think about, but are really important, and it's just taking stands. So anyways, I wanted just to share that with you because we did have that conversation earlier today. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And the last thing is, as part of the referral, we also discussed as part of the referral also mentioned the other part of a policy that the staff is writing in terms of how employees sort of what they should be doing should they encounter ICE activities. And so that policy is written and it's going through our policy advisory committee one more time, and then it'll get signed. So once these policies are complete, we'll send them out to everybody so everybody has both what we're doing, should you be a frontline worker or at an administrative building and you encounter ICE activities, what that policy is about as well as this, and we'll send that out to everybody.
Okay, thanks so much. I think that wraps us up for referrals. 9.2 is announcements. Do we have any announcements from board members? Great.
Chair, we had a comment for 9.1.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Oh, never mind.
We can offer public comment. We don't always, but we can allow it for 9.1.
Okay, they lowered their hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So I don't see any announcements. So item 10 is adjournment, and as mentioned, our meeting is adjourned in memory of Rod Deardon Sr. Thank you all.
You did your best.